Rabbi Mullet's class on Hebrew ended, so I'm back. Billy!
How you
I was
doing, sir?
I was just responding to that video you put of the bunker thing. Um,
Oh, were you?
yeah. So what happens is um, because it's just an empty room, right? And you can't fill it up with stuff because if you filled it up with stuff, then when people needed to use it, so that it has to be left empty. A lot of places just put a Torah scroll in an ark in there and use it as a. I mean, if there's enough people around that it's useful as a synagogue, it becomes the local synagogue for daily prayers.
Is
Yeah.
that
So
why?
it uh, is that why what?
Is that why houses are so expensive in Israel? I'm shelters in every single one of them.
um, houses are very expensive in Israel for several reasons. First, land. Well, first of all, a lot of the land is taken up by either the Greek Orthodox Church, the Catholic Church, or by the Jewish National Fund, and all three of those will not actually sell land. That they will at most do 50-year leases. So most, if you actually get to buy the land, it can be very expensive. Um, Most places you can't even buy the land. Uh, Most real estate transactions are done in dollars, whereas the rest of the economy is in shekels. And until recently, Israel was very, very socialist. So, really high taxes, I mean, over the past 20 years, since the left in Israel has collapsed, the economy has gotten a lot better than it used to be. But now that has caused a huge building spike and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I mean, it's nothing compared to how expensive things are in Los Angeles. But yeah, land
Well,
is pretty expensive in Jerusalem or any of the major cities.
to me, it's real expensive. So there, there's a bunch of agricultural zone land
Mm.
up in Galilee, and so there's quite a few farms up there that are taking investors. And I was looking into getting involved with that until I realized how god awful expensive it was.
Yeah, well, the Galilee also has water, which is pretty nice. I mean, the poor people tend to live in like the Negev and stuff like that, where like Dimona is much cheaper. Beersheba is much cheaper than the Galilee. The Galilee is beautiful, and like there's a lot of people who are constantly coming for tours and stuff, and everybody loves the Galilee. So like actual, I don't know how much actual agriculture is done in the Galilee as opposed to agriculture plus lots of tourist stuff.
Well, the property I was looking into was something like 100 Dunbar.
Mm.
I guess to me that's like 45 acres. It's all olive grove, but it's zoned agriculture, so you can't build on it. All right, it's
Yeah,
unbuildable.
but even if it's agriculture, like tourists will come and like you you know stay in tents and stuff in the Galilee.
Right,
And,
right.
like
So
everything in the Galilee is tourist material. It doesn't matter if it's agriculture or not.
yeah, I got you. Well, anyway, the point is the cost to buy into it plus what the return was on olives just didn't make no sense.
Yeah, no, no,
It
no.
was absolutely ridiculous. It would if you had a bumper crop every year, it would
Mhm.
take 30 years just to pay for the land. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's
yeah, no, yeah,
and I'm not even talking about buying a big portion. I'm talking about just investing in a very small part.
yeah.
It was still ridiculous.
And I'm guessing a lot of those things are, I mean, plenty of people just invest into that stuff because of religious conviction.
Right.
And because of that, like anything like that is likely to be very inflated. So yeah, actual land in Israel is pretty difficult to, like, most people are on 50-year leases.
Yeah, from what I could tell, especially around Jerusalem, you're looking at 1.4 million for a half acre, a third of an acre, somewhere around there.
Yeah, Jerusalem.
Um,
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah,
because like all the really rich Jews have have like these apartments in Jerusalem where they only go for like 2 weeks out of the year themselves, and like there is so much vacant. There are so many vacant apartments all over Jerusalem that are vacant like 80% of the year, and on the holidays everything's full. Like Passover and Sukkot, like Jerusalem just fills up with people.
all right, all right. So anyway, I figured it was uh, which it's been a while since I was looking into it, but I figured it was a bad idea. So I found something closer to home. Which there's companies here that farmers will sell shares to their farms
Mm.
uh, to gain capital, and a lot in the Midwest. So I ended up putting my money there instead of indexes and whatnot, and it's worked out pretty good. 10% gain over the course of a couple of years, each year over
Nice,
year.
nice.
I think that's because the property has increased so dramatically over the last few years that might be part of it.
Yeah, and just general inflation and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
But
the adoption went through with your son.
yes, sir. Yeah,
Nice.
that's over with. I got to tell you, I'm even more perplexed now because I anybody who's fostered before will understand. Anybody who hasn't will have no idea what I mean by this. But before, the fear of him being taken from me was big. But it wasn't mine, right? So the weight of how am I going to pay for his college? Am I going to get him the right schools? Am I, teaching him right? The weight is more significant now, and I didn't realize that. Right? It's like we went from one fear to another. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's awesome. And it took me one time telling him that he had
How
a new life. Huh?
how old is he?
3.5.
Oh, he's still a baby. Okay.
Yeah, yep. He's
Yeah.
been with me since he was 10 weeks old.
Mm.
So I'm pretty much the only dad he knows. But I only told him his new last name one time, and he's had no problem with it.
Yeah, he's 3.5. What is he like? Oh, this is my last name now. Yeah, he's not gonna have a
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Kirk.
Who's this gentleman?
His name is Billy Kirk. You can listen to things and pay attention without butting in and like disrupting conversations. That is
Okay.
Nah,
always Bill.
Just you
yeah,
can
no,
talk.
you're fine, man. You're
Just
fine.
heard what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, no. So I'm the neighborhood redneck with the Superman complex. I try to save everybody and everything, and I generally fail at it miserably.
Billy's one of the regulars around here. Kirk
Kind of.
is a young man. Kirk, you're still 16, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a young man from New Orleans.
But I live in
who-
Mississippi.
From what?
I live in Mississippi.
Oh, I thought you lived in.
Yeah, I
New Orleans.
moved.
Oh, okay.
Um,
And he was considering converting to Judaism, but
but
uh,
I consider myself an observant Ben Noach.
aha, I didn't
Sure.
realize that. Have you gone before rabbinic courts to
I
accept
didn't. I
being a Ben
didn't think
Noach?
that was a precept to become a Ben Noach.
It's
I thought-
according to Maimonides, it is.
Like I'm not gay. I don't eat off of a living animal. I don't do anything. So it's pretty easy.
So it's not so much a question of whether you keep those things. Maimonides is of the opinion that you should go before a rabbinic court and accept upon yourself to keep those things. That is
Wow.
Maimonides' opinion.
Well, that is my Maimonides' opinion, although there's a diverse opinion here.
There is.
I don't, and unless you're in the land or you're living amongst a community of Jews, I don't think it's that important. I mean, you can't be a Gerto shop right now anyway, so.
Right. I mean, it's not a necessary, but I mean, Kirk used to be in communication with a rabbinic court. I'm actually wondering why rabbinic courts over the years haven't
I mean, I
kind of
attend Jewish
required that
services
on the
time to
way
time,
into
but
conversion. What did you say, Kirk?
I attend Jewish services, but I don't need to be Jewish to have a great spiritual fulfillment.
Correct. That is
But-
correct.
Right. Well, we're
You and
talking.
Ben Shapiro to teach me.
Well, we're talking about more legal specifics. If you actually need to go before a court or not, I think that it's to really be to consider yourself a Ben Noah, and especially if you're going off Maimonides and what the Rebbe says. The most important thing is accepting the 7 and accepting the 13. Right? The
Yeah,
13
I accept
principles of
Maimonides'
faith.
13 principles of faith, and I accept the 7 laws. I mean, I can appear before a bit then. I just didn't know that was a necessity.
Jacob has more authority on this than I do, but I don't think it's a necessity.
I wouldn't say it's a necessity. I just think it's a good thing to do.
No, I wouldn't argue that at all. I think it's the right thing to do, but it's not required. I don't think, not at this
No,
point.
it's not. I mean, most people would say not. Obviously, Maimonides is a He's a heavy hitter in Judaism.
I was just curious what you guys were talking about before I came here.
We're just chit chatting.
Yeah. So
Is
I
there
think
any-
my. Go ahead,
I
sir.
was gonna ask: is there any problem for a Ben Noach to observe Christmas as a cultural thing?
That's a big question. I would say ask your local Orthodox rabbi regarding your particular situation, especially if you are a 16-year-old living at home and having to get along with your parents. Getting along with your parents is incredibly important, which allows for many different leniencies to be discussed with a competent rabbi who can tell you
I
what
understand.
you need to do and need not do.
Yeah, my parents are culturally Christian, but I was just curious because Christmas does have pagan origins, to my understanding.
Speak to your local Orthodox rabbi.
Okay,
Hey,
I
Jonathan,
understand.
how you doing?
Hey, doing good. Doing well.
How you doing?
Hey, how are you, Billy?
Well,
Oh, hi, Kirk.
Hello, Jonathan.
So
So-
I didn't expect the Noahides to be like out in full force on Christmas night.
I mean, what else are we doing? We're trying to skirt the issue.
yeah. Yeah.
Trying to play some
Yeah,
trying
but-
to play some chess.
I saw your Twitter, Jacob, where some Polish lawmaker burnt a menorah or something like that, or broke a menorah.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, that's sad. I really don't understand Christian anti-Semitism. I mean, Jesus was pretty observant, and I would imagine he
Yeah,
would have broken the menorah.
like taking an extinguisher to a menorah as a Christian is kind of funny. Have you guys heard my new favorite joke? What's the difference between Jesus and Theodore Herzl? Jesus celebrated Hanukkah and Herzl celebrated Christmas.
Heard that one. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you say it, but I still don't know who Theodore Herzl is. So
Some Zionist that Jacob hates.
I don't hate anybody, but he was the father of the modern Zionist movement.
Look, Rabbi Singer seems to think that Christians are so anti-Semitic because if Judaism is a slap in the face to Christianity, the fact that it's still here. Because if it's still here, they got to be wrong.
I wouldn't generalize about Christians, but I think the
he's
cultural
generally right.
anti-Semitism has a lot
No,
of-
seriously. I mean, when you think about it, it is a slap in the face to Christians. I'm actually writing an article about that. Yeah.
Okay, I was just quoting Rabbi Singer,
Yeah.
but I would say that there's considering the interactions I've had, there's just a big misunderstanding between people who believe the Old Testament or the Torah, the Tanakh over the New, or hold with the Tanakh has more weight than the New Testament. There's a big misunderstanding. I still go to a Christian church, my family. Anyway, look, I get so much pushback from people just by saying simple little things, right? Not even questioning the divinity of Jesus. I could just say things like it's a heart issue, and next thing you know, I'm getting yelled at. So,
Look, when a Jew doesn't eat pork, it makes a lot of Christians wonder in the back of their own minds, why do I eat pork?
because they weren't obligated by the law to begin with.
How does a Christian know that? I know that. A Noahide knows that. But Christians who now suddenly view themselves grafted into Israel and they're trying to be like Jesus and they know that Jesus didn't eat pork, how do they understand that?
I guess dual covenant theology.
Right, but most
Right.
Christians reject dual covenant theology.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to talk to an actual Christian scholar to.
The vast
Okay.
majority of Christianity very much rejects dual covenant. Dispensationalists are fine with it. Some messianics are fine with it, but generally Christianity is very, very unhappy with dual covenant theology.
Yeah, I've got a question for the group. If the Noahites have their 7 laws, but the first commandment given by God to Adam and Eve was to be fruitful and multiply, yeah?
Yes,
So why does that not apply then directly?
that is a very good question.
Well, it's part of
Gen-
sexual morality.
Well, okay, so
Yeah, but
this
But-
is actually, I mean, so this may be part of why Maimonides explains the way he does, that a Noahide has to believe in the Torah through Moses specifically, because the way he's explaining it, and that book I have, the Sheva Mitzvot Hashem by Rabbi Wiener, goes into this at length, like trying to explain this, is the way the covenant of Noah exists now as given on Sinai to Moses is not a precise reflection of what was directly commanded to Adam and Noah. It is so it's basically a new formulation that was given on Mount Sinai to Moses.
Hold on. You just brought up a how does that coincide with I am your Lord God and I do not change? What I say is forever.
God doesn't change, but God's
Yeah.
relationship to us changes because we change and things are within time. So how Torah was before Sinai, at Sinai, Torah was revealed in the world in a way that it was not before. Things fundamentally changed at Sinai. Before Sinai, there were no Jews. There was nobody who was actually required to keep the 613 commandments, right? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob were not required to keep the 613 commandments. They were Noahites.
You know, I've heard a lot. I've heard that argument. Just interject Christ and the cross from a lot of Christians.
Well, yes, and
that's
No,
why you
that-
have to have the uniqueness of Sinai and as
Yes.
and no more.
right.
Right.
The-
I just think it's funny that the same argument can be used with different circumstances.
Well, no, Christians very much so. I mean, I think in Acts and Pentecost, right, in ways that most Christians don't really understand, we're saying that there was a new thing like Sinai. The problem is, at Sinai, we had a revelation which we believe was to the entire world by God himself.
National
Right.
revelation.
A national and frankly a world revelation, like the verse says, you know, the cedars of Lebanon were shattered, right? The rivers turned back. Malacha hayam kitanus. What is with you, O river, that you turn back, right? With Christianity, the first question becomes, okay, so when exactly did this change with Jesus happen, right? Was it when he was born? Well, no. Was it when he was baptized? Well, no. Was it at the transfiguration? Well, no. Was it at the crucifixion? Well, no. Was it at the resurrection? No. Was it when at the ascension? Not really. Was it at Pentecost? Well, no. Apparently, after Pentecost, thing Paul was still going to the temple and bringing. So, like, when do you claim this change with Jesus actually happened? And apparently, the best answer they have is actually at the destruction of the temple in 70,
That was
which
after Jesus, right?
it's 40,
40
years
years.
after Jesus. And the question becomes, well, what exactly do you claim happened at the destruction of the temple? Like, what revelation of God was the destruction of the temple? And I think the book of Hebrews is in fact trying to explain that, but like Christian theology is confused in all manners of ways.
Yeah, I
Well,
just I don't really know how to talk to Christian friends about Judaism because I don't want to do a Hillel Hashem or whatever.
You have no requirement whatsoever to talk to anybody about um, about Judaism. If people ask you questions, I would say you should try to give the best answers you know, and if you don't know, you should say I don't know, and you should help refer people to people who might have better answers. But we're not an evangelical religion. We believe God can make himself known in the world and does. He doesn't need my help.
I see. So there's no incumbency on Noahides to sort of spread the word.
No, not really. I mean, there is the concept of you live in a place where you should improve your neighborhood, your living condition. You should improve your relationship with your everyone around you, but that's concentric circles of responsibility, starting with yourself being a better person and helping your friends and family be better people. And so I constantly talk about aquarium love, not cafeteria love, right? There's that famous story, which I actually looked it up. Rabbi Twersky tells the story about the Kotzker. He saw somebody eating fish gluttonously, and he said to him, "Why? What are you doing?" And the guy said, I love fish." And the Kotzker said, "You love fish? That's why you took it out of the water, cooked it, and are eating it? You don't love fish. You love yourself, and you love how fish makes you feel." Right? But so the story is often told about a rabbi who walks into a cafeteria and he says, if you loved fish, you wouldn't be eating it. You would have an aquarium, right? So there's a devouring love, there's cafeteria love. I love fish because I love eating fish, and then there's a taking care of love, right? Billy loves his son, so he takes care of his son, right?
I
That's
understand.
real love.
Yeah, it was just recently I saw a Christian acquaintance of mine posting something about the Talmud saying you can abuse children or whatever, and I didn't know if I should actually respond to it or just leave it alone.
I would generally say if it's a family member who's not going to take well to
Not a family member, it's just a acquaintance.
if it's, I mean, I would be very, very, so I'll tell you another story. There's a rabbi goes to the house of a famous miser in the town. He walks up to the guy's door, waits there for a few minutes, and then walks away. And the guy sees that the rabbi did this. and he's wondering why the rabbi did this. So he runs after the rabbi and he's like, Rabbi, why'd you come up to my door? And the rabbi tells him, the Talmud says, just as there is a commandment to rebuke your fellow when he will listen, there's a commandment not to rebuke him when he will not listen. So I came to fulfill that commandment, not to rebuke you because you won't listen. And the guy says, well, how do you know I won't listen? You didn't tell me what it is. And the rabbi says, well, yeah, but I know you won't listen. It's like, I might listen. Why don't you tell me what it is? And the rabbi said, well, I was going to ask you for money. And the guy says, well, actually, I am going to give you money, and gives him the money, right? So, I mean, this is obviously a little rabbinic thing, but there is this idea of if somebody's not going to listen, there's no requirement on you to create an antagonistic situation.
I understand. They were just a Christian, non-Jewish friend of mine, and I thought they were ignorant, and I thought I would maybe correct them, but in hindsight,
Although I did actually post a whole thread about what because Douglas Wilson recently said something similar about the Talmud approving of child rape, and it was like, oh, you idiot.
yeah.
Idiot.
So should I just leave them alone?
Generally,
I like to talk to people about the Bible, right? Not to evangelize. I just like talking about the Tanakh, And look, I can tell within 5 minutes of a conversation with somebody about the Tanakh exactly how the conversation is going to go if we bring up anything outside the Tanakh. So I like to just stick to the Tanakh and try to guide them through what it actually says. Not what they think it says, but what it says.
Actually,
Well, I mean, it's when you read the Bible the way most people let me phrase that. When you read the Bible in the way that I'm accustomed to seeing, is 3 passages here, and then 3 passages 9 chapters later, and then 3 passages from 5 books over here. Takes an hour and a half to make a 2-minute point from 9 different directions. That's what I'm used to seeing. That's how it is in North Carolina and in my South. So I can understand how people would have a very skewed understanding of the Bible. When I talk to people and say, yeah, I read Isaiah from the first chapter to the last chapter in 2 days, they're like, what? Huh? How can you expect
that's 60 chapters?
I know, but how can you expect somebody to understand the Bible if they're not reading at least one whole chapter at a time? If you're reading 3 or 4 verses and you were trained to read the Bible that way, you're not going to get a full picture of what it's actually telling you.
I recently posted something about that. But Sandy, it's Christmas. You should be with your kids. What are you doing here?
One is in Timmins and one is on my couch.
I see.
Playing his computer games.
I see.
Hey, so I know this isn't Hebrew Bible study, but I have a New Testament question. What's up with the 3 wise men? Like what's up with like they're after a star. They're like Zoroastrians. Like is there precedent for this? Like why would 3 dudes from the Orient be looking for a Jewish king in a manger?
I have a much better question. If that story actually happened, then why was Jesus's family surprised and thought he was crazy, and the people in his whole town that whole story with Jesus saying a prophet has respect except in his own town, right? If like three kings came searching and brought gifts of gold and myrrh and frankincense and all of that stuff, if all of that happened, why was Jesus's family like thinking he was crazy? And what was the secret at the wedding of Cana? That like, how did that happen? Like the entire story is completely like out to lunch.
And if it happened at Bethlehem, how come Bethlehem wasn't all, up about it? I mean, I can see Nazareth, if he was actually living in Nazareth, well, maybe they didn't talk about it when they got home, but shouldn't at least the town where it happened have been talking about it?
Yeah, like and why didn't those kings like help him like when he fled to eat? Like there's that whole story is just so obviously contrived after the fact. Like years after Jesus died, that it's like, I'm sorry, like I put zero credence in that story.
Now that you said that, you brought up something. Do you remember Sam's video a few weeks ago where he was trying to talk about the origins of the Trinity, and he was going through what church fathers believed, and as he was getting further away from the death of Christ or death of Jesus, it was getting higher and higher Christology. Well, I was thinking about that, and if you start with the very first New Testament books, Paul's books, and you just watch as the Bible itself progresses. As you go through time, the New Testament progresses with this Christology. So the church fathers just did the same thing that was already established in the New Testament to begin with. Just kept climbing with the Christology.
It's a pattern of further and further. I mean, what do I call it? Gentilization, paganization of something that started as a Jewish story and ended up being completely an un-Jewish story.
Sam?
Sam has a channel, Transfigured.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. I would love to hear his explanation of that, though. I would love to hear him address that.
I mean, he basically because he does believe in the Christian Bible, the entirety of it,
that's where I believe parts of the Christian Bible. He believes the whole thing. But I want to go back to something we said earlier. All right, when we were talking about Sinai, a thought come to my mind when you mentioned about the whole world. So didn't the Exodus happen towards the end of the Bronze Age, right?
I mean, I think it's dated somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay, so
I put a link to Sam's channel in the chat. So at the time
the Exodus happened, that area was interconnected, right? You were in the global supermarket, around that time. So everything that did happen to Egypt, around Egypt, the 40 years, all that would have been known to the known world. Correct?
Yeah.
Because at that time, all the trading and the vast networks it took for the Bronze Age to exist, then there would have been a lot of chit chat. So that would have been the time that a worldwide revelation could have happened, right?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of believe that all of like it was a pretty global event. But I mean, okay, I have to be kind of cautious here because I am very much of the opinion that we should make a distinction between those things which are fundamental to, yeah, if you don't believe this is what happened, you're basically just denying the Bible, right? So, for example, the idea that God created the world, right? So the Bible is very, very clear about that. God is the creator of the world. How God created the world, what exactly the mannerisms of that were, the details of that is not as clear as, and so when people get too bogged down in the particulars, right? And I have to say a similar thing about Sinai. The idea that God revealed himself at Sinai and revealed his desires through the Torah at Sinai. That's very, very fundamental. But there's a distinction to be made with the actual details of how that was. Now, I'm not saying I don't believe a very literal, because I actually do believe a very literal, like, I actually believe there were earthquakes and the waters were receding and that my soul was present and supernatural things happened. But if somebody doesn't believe all of that, if they believe that actually there was some sort of revelation to Moses and the people with him that was that was clear to all of them in a far less supernatural way than I believe it, like, I'm not going to say that's within the realms
Heresy.
of, well, actually the opposite.
You call
I mean,
David Wolpe an atheist.
oh,
basically.
well, okay. You have to understand. I call everybody a heretic, mostly myself. But like, there's levels of heresy, right? So there's like Chezi level of heresy, and then there's Sam level of heresy, and then there's, you know, so Paul of Tarsus level of heresy.
I meant Vanderclay.
There's Paul Vanderclay level. I mean, there are some people who are Trinitarians. God have mercy on their souls.
But,
you know,
like, I mean, I don't think, at least from what I've seen, David Wolpe doesn't say the Exodus didn't happen in some sense. He just doesn't believe it literally occurred with Jews migrating from the Red Sea to Israel.
I really could care less. I just want him to stop calling himself a rabbi.
I understand. It's just like, you know, I want to know what the red line is between when we can have faith in something and when we don't.
Okay, there is no clear red line. You are on a journey and you should pray a lot. Prayer is good. Prayer is important. And be most concerned about your personal relationship with God as opposed to what other people, including me, may think of what you think.
I understand. It's just, you know, I do think there are a lot of things in the Bible that, from a scientific or modern perspective, are a little bit hard for me to reconcile because I did not grow up in a fundamentalist background.
Well, I am very glad you didn't grow up in a fundamentalist background because it's impossible to be. So Judaism is fundamentally opposed to fundamentalism.
I would consider some sects of Judaism to be quite like that.
It's
Lev Tahor,
they're a cult. They're not
yeah,
in any way a
but they
part
are
of anything.
Orthodox Jews.
No,
and
they are not. No, no. That is not in any way part of the Jewish community. Lev Tahor is a very small. There's
I
like
agree they're extreme,
200
but they are
members total.
fundamentalists in the name of the Torah.
No, they're just crazy. Like you're talking about a literal cult of a tiny number of people who like are generally like in trouble with the law wherever they go.
I would agree
And
with you, and a lot of people
fled
would say
from Israel. Like
I would
you're
agree with
talking
you.
about a tiny group out of like that's absolutely minuscule.
But a lot of people would say the same for the various Hasidic communities that are not like that.
No, no. You're just. I mean, again, your exposure to Judaism is very, very online, and I think it's worse than not having information to have bad information, and you have a lot of bad information. That's why I recommended reading people like Rabbi Beryl Wine or books which generally tell you more about what actually Judaism is like, as opposed to the types of things that come up on your feed in YouTube or Twitter.
Yeah,
Like that's not a
Guide for the Perplexed
accurate
is a good start.
Guide to the Perplexed is not a start. That's not a starting text. No. Pirkei Avot, that is a good start. Chezi and Ben discussing Pirkei Avot on my channel, that's a very good start.
I have watched some of that, and I have found some of the ethical content on there enlightening.
So that's a good place to start. Dr. Henry Abramson's channel, that's a great place to get information.
Yeah, I've seen some of his videos on early Mishnaic and Temple period Judaism history.
As much as I hate to admit it, Useful Charts, actually, most of his Jewish stuff isn't horrible, despite the fact he's very unorthodox.
I've heard of Useful Hearts, although I don't know. I don't think I've seen any of their stuff.
It's a very large channel, and he's not an Orthodox Jew, but it's generally good academic stuff. Sam Somethingovich, Aaronovich, I think his name is. There are some okay Jewish content on YouTube, but the vast majority of good content is not on YouTube.
What do you think of Rabbi Avigdor Miller?
He came from a very specific part of Orthodox Judaism. He was very well respected. Although certain things he said have now come to light, which are very, very controversial, and I was never a huge personal fan of his.
Who is this?
Avigdor Miller.
Who's a rabbi?
Our favorite online rabbi is a big fan of his.
Who's your favorite online rabbi?
Our favorite Israeli.
Rabbi. Great.
Basically,
yeah, makes so much sense.
Right? I mean, I kind of figured.
Okay, I have to say, like, I would take Yosef Mizrahi's interpretations of Avigdor Miller with huge chunks of salt.
He doesn't interpret them. He just recommends his. He just recommends.
He
all
is a fundamentalist.
Books.
He's an idiot.
That's what I mean. Like, there are some people who do.
Yes, there exist people who are fundamentalists.
Judaism is not fundamentalist, but there are religious Jews who are. I guess what it's saying?
Right, there are religious Jews who have all kinds of problems with their lives. including me. But like Judaism in general, like you can't study Talmud and be a fundamentalist. And actually, that's mostly people like Yosef Mizrahi's problem. Is the fact is the guy couldn't study it.
Yeah, I saw your video
Talmud
called
to-
Yaron Reuven and Yosef Mizrahi on rabbis, and it was like I mean, come on, like he read Targum Onkelos, which was an Aramaic translation in Hebrew.
Yeah, he was reading a Hebrew translation of an Aramaic translation of the Bible. So Targum Onkelos is a translation of the Bible to Hebrew, to Aramaic, right? With commentary. And as opposed to reading it in Aramaic, he was reading a translation into Hebrew, into modern Hebrew.
He could just read the original thing in Hebrew.
Right, but he was trying to he was trying to quote Targum Onkelos, which is like Targum Onkelos in his translation does give you explanations of things, and that's something that rabbis do is they will cite Targum Onkelos, but they'll cite it in the Aramaic, because if you can't even understand Aramaic, what are you doing citing Targum Onkelos at all? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really can't tell when some people are bad faith and when they're just ignoramuses.
oh, I mean, I don't think Yosef Mizrahi and Yaron Reuven are bad faith. I just think they're I mean, they're people who they're Israelis, so they have a Hebrew. Good night. Have a nice evening.
Good night,
Um,
Jacob. I mean, Jonathan.
Happy December 25. Bye bye.
there are Israelis who speak Hebrew, and because they speak Hebrew, they have a jump on a lot of people who don't, and they try to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
I
but they
mean,
say
that's
very
how.
outrageous and silly things.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that guy who was for at not chosen one for Israel, who ended up being kicked
The
out?
Messianic.
Yeah. What was his name? The Israeli.
Michael Tzedek.
No. There used to be.
Yeah, it was on a.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
A Christian missionary who pretended to be Jewish.
No, he was Jewish. He was pretending to be a Christian missionary, and then they found out, and he ended up.
Why would he wait? Why would a Jew pretend to be a Christian?
For money.
Yeah, so that's my thing. I don't know if Reuven and Mizrachi do what they do for money or for clicks.
Yeah,
or
if they wanted money, a much better way is to pretend to be Christian.
So they do believe what they're saying.
I'm guessing. I don't know, but I'm guessing.
Like, I think a lot of people that are left wing, I also don't know if I would say they're bad faith or they actually believe what they're saying.
I don't know. What was Elon Barr? Was that his name? Elon.
Might be, yeah. I'm not seeing it here.
Eitan Bar. That's it. Eitan Bar. Yeah. So Eitan Bar, he ended up like being exposed, and so now One for Israel, like completely, what you call it? Now he only has 504 followers on Twitter. Wow. He's even smaller than I am. That's hilarious. Interesting.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull this up.
Is One for Israel as big as Jews for Jesus?
I don't know relatively if they're smaller or bigger or similar size. So
I've never heard of this guy, but
Eitan Bar, an imperfect Jewish Christian, and due to a personal situation in 2022, I have embarked on a 2-year sabbatical. I will be available for full-time ministry opportunities starting in late 2024. Yeah, so I am writing this letter to address some rumors that have been spreading about me and my personal life. Unfortunately, some of these rumors are quite malicious. I want to take this opportunity to set the record straight and provide a brief summary of my personal situation. I renounced Calvinist theology, great, but not my faith. Despite no longer holding to Calvinist and Baptistic worldviews held by my previous ministry, One for Israel, I have never stopped believing that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. In fact, my faith is stronger and purer than ever. Please ignore malicious rumors suggesting that I left the faith just because I publicly write against Calvinism, which is held by the majority of Messianic ministries in Israel. In 2021, following years of couples counseling, my wife at the time informed me of her final decision to divorce. My ex-wife wrote a formal letter stating that her reason for divorce is lack of chemistry, nothing else. I have much respect for her both as a person and as a mother, and I take full responsibility for my side in our failing marriage. We tried to end it calmly and without unnecessary tension, such as lawsuits. Since we both were active in the Messianic community and ministry, we kept it mostly to ourselves. After all, marriage is a private matter between a husband and wife. Quickly, however, we realized that it doesn't work that way in our Messianic movement. As word spread that we were going through divorce proceedings, Messianic leaders and pastors began to forcefully intervene and engage in spiritual manipulation. For example, my pastor tried to prevent the divorce by telling me how God dealt with a relative of his when she got a divorce. She got ill with terminal cancer and died. This story was repeated by my pastor several times. The other pastor told me that God is not interested in our happiness, and therefore the purpose of marriage has nothing to do with being happy. I was shocked to hear these kinds of views from those who supposed to guide and counsel people in spiritual matters. As someone with a doctorate in Bible and theology myself, I knew to ignore all this nonsense talk about a God who doesn't care how we feel and will punish my ex or me with cancer. The Messianic church ministry in Israel is considered a Puritan-like, ultra-conservative movement, often compared in its strictness to the closed Brethren church. The Messianic movement in Israel is considered a cult by both the Israeli government and the majority of the Israeli people. Well, that's right. A perception that I have personally experienced.
How old was this story?
Last year. Since the divorce, I was often told by highly influential Messianic Christian leaders around me that it is forbidden for me ever to marry again unless my ex-wife died. One of my top ministry leaders at the time also publicly confronted me on the issue, explaining I may never again marry as long as my ex-wife is alive. In the summer of 2022, I began dating a coworker who had been a great comfort to me during my divorce. Her name is Anastasia. Wow, she has her own YouTube channel. She just came out of a relationship herself. Given the hyper-conservative views in our movement, we decided to keep our developing romantic relationship confidential for the time being. Soon after our relationship became known, as a private detective was sent to follow me, resulting in both of us getting fired. Quickly, we were ostracized. A rapid spread of gossip, slander, false rumors, and even threats began coming at us from different directions in an attempt to cancel and boycott us. This experience felt very much like what you may see in films about cults. All of this occurred during the summer of 2022. Since then, only a selected few inside the Israeli Messianic movement have made an effort to be in touch with us. But this is yet one more example of some Messianics' fundamentalist and legalistic worldview, the same spirit that brought about Dasha's murder in the Messianic community. I did not know there was a murder in the Messianic community. What happened here?
No.
You learn new things every day.
Is there a reason?
What? Is there a reason what?
Is there a reason we're reading this?
Yes, because I find it incredibly interesting.
Context before you go on.
Yeah.
You've mentioned fundamentalist a few times, and I'm not really even sure how to filter out a definition just from. Yeah. I've heard the word thrown around a lot in Christian communities. I didn't know it was thrown around in the Jewish communities.
It's
really,
not. We don't really have we don't really have fundamentalism. So fundamentalism is generally defined as trying to go back to a very simple understanding of things, back to the fundamentals. And like that's fundamentally not congruent with how Judaism views itself. Like,
no,
if
but Christians can't even.
unless you're a Karaite. What?
What? A terrorite?
A Karaite is a Jew
Karaite.
who only believes in the
Karaite.
Bible.
Yeah, they're Jews who supposedly actually really only believe in the 5 books of Moses, but like, yeah, the Karaites are weird. Did I hear nachos for Israel? Yes, basically. I used to get so many One for Israel ads on YouTube. I still get them. This is gross, man. Why are you reading this? It's Nittel. What else do you read on Nittel? Elijah's not happy with this. It was a global event, except my mother's family, apparently. More mystical BS. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why is this a bullet point list? I don't know. Why is it a bullet point list? I guess that's how many rumors popped up that needed to be addressed.
What rumors?
What I was reading from Eitan Bar's little.
Oh dear. Mm.
What, you guys don't love? Why are there 12 people watching this?
Because it's
No.
entertaining.
It's Christmas. Come on, people. Like, there's not supposed to be 12 people on Christmas watching.
Do any
this
Christian
stream.
friends of yours give you gifts around this time of year for Christmas?
Not really. Not really. No.
I
We
am
did
enjoying-
I mean, good.
On my Discord, we did a Secret Santa. I haven't opened it yet. I wonder what it is.
I did not participate. I have gift phobia. Gee, Jacob, what could that possibly be?
I think it's a book.
Considering you discussed it with somebody on one of your previous channels.
Oh, did he say it was a book?
I don't know. You were both implying it was a book.
Oh, I definitely got him a book. But that's because he asked
Oh.
for a book. I didn't ask for a book.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Billy?
we don't know what it is.
Elijah says he sent me coal. Liar! I have received 0 coal.
I have not done hardly anything for Christmas. I'm going to get Jacob to help me clean up.
Cleaning up for Christmas is a good idea.
That's what I thought. Hmm. And I bought him some of those little round chocolate balls because, I figured he likes those things.
Chocolate
Like
is
Ferrero
good.
Rocher, you mean?
Hmm?
You mean like Ferrero Rocher or something like that?
Oh, gee, no, not the fancy kind. You're all, you're basic.
Chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate. Last year, I found somewhere that had the chocolate coins. He likes those, but I didn't see any this year. So
The Gelt.
Chocolate coins are usually sold around Hanukkah time.
Walmart usually sells them, but they did not have them this year. I did not see them if they had them, or maybe they sold out.
Do they have? I'm sorry to interrupt. Do they have Five Below up there in northern Montana,
Do they have what?
Canada? Five Below. It's a $5 or less store.
I had never
No,
heard of Five
I've
Below.
never not in Ontario. Never heard of it.
Okay, because they keep chocolate coins year round. It's like a dollar store. It's a good place. I that might be a southern thing. I don't know.
Well, Jacob.
Kirk.
They sell squishmallows.
The reason why I was asking earlier was because I really want to know who to listen to and who not to listen to in life, because I figure if someone believes what they says but is an idiot, I put more respect in them than I do someone who just says what they said for money or clicks.
Okay, so source criticism is a very postmodern idea. Listen to the truth regardless of who says it. The question is whether or not what they say is true or not. Regardless of why they say it and who says it, the ultimate test is it true or not? And the only way to know if something is true, while where it comes from can help you be more suspect, there are sources which are more reliable. Like some people will correct their mistakes. Some people will not. Well, obviously, you want to listen to people who correct their mistakes more than people who don't. Some people are lazy, whereas some people, before they share something, they will actually do some research and make sure that it's true. I try to do that. What?
But, well, that's all true. It's just I will listen to someone who doesn't necessarily usually give good commentary if I think what they're saying is trying to add value to the conversation, even if it actually is not.
The question is, it's not whether they're trying to add value. Plenty of people try to add value and fail.
Like I don't know. I wouldn't consider like A. Goodman a good faith actor.
Who?
The Democracy
Oh,
Now! lady.
Amy Goodman? Yeah, she's trash.
Yeah, like I think she lies for clicks.
It's beyond that. No, she's just dumb. She actually believes. I am
if she
pretty
believes, I
sure
would have
she
more
believes the
respect for
stuff
her.
she says.
I have more respect for people who are idiots than I do for bad faith actors.
Honestly, it doesn't matter if somebody is in good faith telling you stupidity. It really doesn't matter. It
is a reflection of character.
Faith. What?
It is a reflection of character, though.
Yeah, but what do you care? That's not the point. You're not trying. It's not a question of whether these are people you want to be friends with. It's a question of whether this person is a good source of information. And the way to make sure that a source of information is good is by seeing if they're Elijah is obviously on his very whatchamacallit streak right now. Very
troll.
Sarcastic streak. Yeah, he's being very sarcastic tonight.
Sarcasm needs to be honed.
All right, but you know the easiest I found that it's if you get multiple opinions on one aspect of things, it'll give you a better idea of what information to take. And I don't mean, I don't mean get scientific information from 3 PhD guys that all trained together and all worked under the same person. I mean, vastly different, right? If you have a social opinion that you want to know, try to get that opinion from a Democrat, a Republican, a communist, and an anarchist, and in that way, and they're all talking about the same topic. So that way you can judge all aspects and what works better for you and what makes more sense for you.
Right.
When your information,
Yeah,
go ahead.
that is generally how things have worked very well. The problem, which brings us back to what Kirk was saying, is over the past 100 years, a lot of people have started to realize people will do that and have started engineering the sides so that they project, oh, this is what the Republicans say, this is what the Democrats say, and you can take a look at it and kind of triangulate based on that. And that has made things a lot more difficult to recognize the truth of it than it used to be, I think, 40 years ago or so.
I remember somebody, oh, that would be pre-divorce. So it's like a good almost 10 years ago, talking about how when they grew up, the neighborhood that they grew up in used to be a lot more, is the word cosmopolitan? Well, like not all one flavor kind of thing. You don't have a clump of Democrats here and a clump of Republicans there. You actually had neighbors who disagreed with each other. And so you would get perspective because you still like your neighbor. You all argue or fight about it. But at the same time, you get to know what somebody's like that believes something different than you because you're interacting with. That's how I like it.
So there's definitely been a lot of geographical sorting over the past 20 years. People have been sorting themselves. I mean, lots of people moved out of Los Angeles to go to Florida, especially religious Jews, religious Christians.
I saw Dave Rubin did.
Yeah, lots of people. Ben Shapiro also moved to Florida. Lots of people have. Yeah.
I mean, red states are not locked down. They didn't have a complete lockdown, so obviously that's going to attract more tourism, right? I mean, that's not, quantum physics.
Yeah. Well,
look, North Carolina has been flooded for years and years and years and years from the northern part of the country. We don't need no more, right? There's Mississippi can use more New Jersey people. We'll send them down there. Look, we're 60% of North Carolina. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you something though. Like the Texans, they're constantly complaining about all the California people that moved to Texas. But they did a study. If it wasn't for all the Californians moving to Texas and voting Republican, Texas would be a blue state now. Because all of the Republicans are sending their kids to colleges where they're being brainwashed.
Yeah. I mean, people, left-wing people don't like living with the consequences of their own policies.
It's not really the left-wing people who are moving, though. It's conservative Republicans who are moving out of California to Texas.
No, but I do think some people become more conservative as a result of living in left-wing failures.
Yeah, they're becoming more conservative. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just my point is we've been taking refugees for 25 years. It's time for other states. Look, I was born in Texas, okay, but 60% of our state was born in the northern part of the country. 60%. Right, we're 22 million people in this state, and half of them were born in Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. Right? We let other states share the wealth for a while. Let us try to turn some of these inner city kids into farmers, and then in 20 years you can start sending more inner city kids this way. But we need to have enough farmland to feed everybody. You know what I mean? Like, God almighty, stop buying the farmland and putting houses on it. Just give it a rest for a little bit.
You know what the real problem is? North Carolina. They're all
What's
moving
that?
there. Black Mountain, North Carolina. It's got My Father's Pizza, which is the best pizza in the entire of North America. And you can send them north, and then everybody will follow.
Yeah.
Send them very close to the border.
What pizza
Yeah,
is this? Black Mountain Pizza? Did you say?
No, there's a little pizza place called My Father's Pizza.
My
They make-
Father's Pizza. Have you been there, Billy?
They make an
I know of
amazing
it.
pizza. Even
Is
you
it like
know
oven
that
baked?
they've chosen not to
Yeah.
go there.
Well, so look, anytime I'm near Black Mountain, there's only one reason why I'm out there, and that's because it's the only place in North Carolina where we can still stock hunt black bear. And so if I'm up there hunting, that's the only reason why I'm there. And when I say hunting, I mean we're hiking in, and we're knocking out 60 miles in a week. So
And after all
no
that
time for
hunting,
pizza.
time for pizza.
No time for pizza. Justin, how you doing, man?
Welcome, Justin.
I'm doing great. Jacob,
Justin?
I have heard that
Yes.
Ebenezer Scrooge was a Jew, but
Was he?
Adam Sandler says he's not. Do you have a comment?
I would be very, very surprised if Ebenezer Scrooge was meant to be a Jew in Dickens. I don't think Dickens meant him to be a Jew.
I'm just quoting the Hanukkah song.
Oh,
Some people think that Ebenezer Scrooge is. Well, he's not. But guess who is? All three Stooges.
Three Stooges.
Yeah. Come on now.
Actually,
That's a-
all
that's a
four
pretty funny line.
Stooges.
Is there four?
Wait,
Well, there were three
There's
Stooges
three and
at
then one
any
left
one
and then
time.
Uh,
But-
yes.
Yeah, they ended up. Hey, is that you, Tiffany? I think that's you, Tiffany.
Three Stooges.
Um,
I wonder when Saturday Night
Jacob.
Live became as bad as it is now.
well, it's shortly after they swallowed the agenda. Jacob, I got a question
Yes.
for you.
Justin,
Okay.
I have an answer for you.
I would like to participate with you. I would like you to be a participant, my love, in my book club. And I think it would be fun because I have a book and I can send you the book, but it's Andrei Orlov's The Glory of the Invisible God, Two Powers in Heaven, Traditions and Early Christology. And it opens up with a paragraph talking about the Metatron. And one of this guy, Andrei Orlov, actually, I think you've probably heard about him from Father Stephen DeYoung,
Yes.
right? He's like the scholar when it comes to Slavonic pseudepigrapha.
Right.
And it would be fun to have you looking at and engaging these texts from the
You know
Talmud
what?
and the early Jewish texts.
even if you paid me, I couldn't. I don't have the time to. See if Sam from Transfigured would probably do it.
Yeah.
You should ask him.
But does he
would
know
be a good person.
does he know the Talmudic literature?
No, but
See, that's the
he's-
point. That's what I want. I want a Talmud guy.
he knows the early church fathers really well, and he does a lot of good research. And
Yeah.
being a Unitarian, he would refute all of your bullshit.
Oh God, no, I didn't. Unitarians, man. Unitarians are neither Jews nor Christians. That's not.
He's
let's
a
not
biblical
pretend.
Unitarian.
Yeah, and I'm a biblical Trinitarian. What's the point? You know.
What biblical? Where in the Bible did you find the Trinity?
Every page, but it's
Every
okay.
page.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, so maybe this isn't Tiffany, and maybe I'm getting her name wrong. There's that Baha'i woman who used to come on our channel. Am I getting her name wrong? Do you remember who I'm talking about, Sandy?
Not
There was a
not-
Baha'i woman who came on our channel a few times. I thought this was her.
A
Do we
Baha'i?
ever
That's,
go through the writings of the Rambam on this channel? Yes, we do a lot.
not Dolly that hangs out on Grail.
No, not Dolly. No.
Mm.
And it's Christmas. What are you doing on streaming on Christmas?
It's Christmas Eve, and church is over.
Yeah, Father Stephen actually. So I earlier when I had so this is the second Jew on Christmas stream I had tonight.
Uh-huh.
On my first stream, Father Stephen dropped by.
Oh, nice.
Oh, see, that's cool. Yeah, I
Yaakov
keep missing
from
him.
Seattle. He's Jewish. Okay. Hello,
Dude,
Yaakov.
I wonder if
from
I could
Seattle.
get. I wonder if I could get.
Oh, Yaakov, you're not Cliff from Rabbi Mullet's channel, are you? You were saying, Justin?
I don't know what I was saying.
You said I'm wondering if I could.
Oh, I wonder if I can get Father Stephen to join the book club for that one book.
The Kabbalah of
For the
Judaism.
entire book, I doubt it, but you might be able to
Yeah.
get him to come on your channel.
Yeah, I always keep missing him. Right? I mean, like he's live. Like the other day, I was with you, and then I leave, and then he comes in. I think he's avoiding me.
He may be avoiding you.
How is the? I haven't read it, but how has the book been? Out of curiosity,
Which book?
the one that Jacob and the club are reading.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm not in
Jacob's?
any of the book clubs. Not even the book club on my channel. Which
Yeah.
shul, Yaakov? Is it an Orthodox shul?
I mean, if
Shul
it's
is-
24/7, that shouldn't work on Shabbat or holidays.
There are Orthodox shuls. So during COVID, Rabbi Levin did allow Gentiles to run a stream on Yom Kippur.
Oh, okay. There's no issue of writing or.
There is
Huh.
there's ways, but Ezra Besarot Orthodox. I have never. I did not know of this Orthodox synagogue in Seattle. Oh, so he was going to turn it off for Shabbat and holidays. So it's 24/6. Ezra Besarot. Let me see.
What wasn't there a shul in Eastern Europe that always had 6 people studying at it 24/7 all the time?
There are many, especially in Israel, there are. It's a Sephardic shul. Rabbi
Nice.
David Benchlouch. I've never been there.
Well,
You
I'm
were saying.
thinking of it. I have a shul question. What is a non-affiliated?
So this is a very old synagogue in Seattle. So non-affiliated, I mean,
Not
there's
affiliated
been
with the denomination.
There have been a lot of people who have been leaving Reform and Conservative and calling themselves non-denominational, but they're generally not Orthodox. We don't really have. I've never seen an Orthodox synagogue that calls itself non-affiliated, even though there are certainly a lot of Orthodox synagogues that don't officially belong to the OU or the Agudat Yisrael.
Well, from
I
what I
don't
said,
I know that they partner with Chabad at the university for some things, but not.
Right. So it sounds like a non-denominational, unorthodox synagogue. Yeah. Chabad will generally partner with any Jewish organization, even if they're not. This is one of my favorite channels on Twitch. It piques my curiosity on a lot of interesting topics.
I'm so confused.
Thank you. It's one of my favorite channels too.
What are you confused about?
Oh, that's what my problem is. I'm looking at the YouTube stream instead of the StreamYard stream. And I'm like, Jacob is talking, but his lips aren't moving. Okay. Sorry. I got caught up in the wrong screen.
Okay. I thought it was because it's the Twitch comments, and you're like, where are these comments?
No. I understand you can do multi-streaming.
Yeah,
I was like, what's going on with the
Modern Orthodox Sephardic shul. So, I mean, sounds like Ezra B'Sarot sounds like it might be a whatchamacallit. Might be Syrian. You guys aren't Syrian, are you?
Is there
Whose
something
baby's
about
crying?
Syrian Jews that make them more modern Orthodox?
It's my baby.
No, it makes them more rich.
Ah.
Syrian Jews tended to be very, very wealthy. That's the only reason most of. Oh, really? Turkish. Rhodes Turkish. Interesting. Next time.
I thought being wealthy was a prerequisite to being Jewish, like circumcision.
What?
I thought being wealthy was a prerequisite to being Jewish, like circumcision.
Circumcision. Religious Jews tends to be far less wealthy than secular Jews.
You know, I hear that a lot of the religious Jewish men, their wives are the main breadwinner.
Yeah, in Israel especially for
They study Talmud a lot.
One of the reasons being that if you did not serve in the army in Israel, it's very hard as a man to get a job, and culturally people would not hire you, and the Orthodox Jews generally would not serve in the army. So when they were older, it tended to be very, very difficult for them to get jobs.
Okay, you don't have to join the army if you're studying scripture.
Yes, and that's been a source of huge amounts of political and cultural controversy in Israel over the past 40 years.
But it's not just in Israel, because, for example, for instance, in America, there are certain Haredi and Hasidic communities that also have issues with underemployment.
Don't Jews have chaplains?
Not really.
Really?
Not, especially not in the ultra-Orthodox community. In the ultra-Orthodox community, everybody's supposed to be learning Torah.
But I mean, like you don't have chaplains. You don't have, a rabbi you call if you're sick and he comes and he prays. And
you mean in the army?
Yeah, just the idea of a chaplain. Chezi's a chaplain. I didn't know that.
Chezi was a chaplain when he was in the army. Yeah.
Okay, I would just assume that if you wanted to, that you could join the military.
The religious Zionists serve in the army.
Okay.
But until recently, the religious Zionist community used to be very small. It has grown exponentially, like all the religious communities.
It's more so modern Orthodox Jews than Haredi and Hasidic people.
Correct.
And to an extent, Sephardim. I do think there are quite a few Sephardic Haredim who would more open to Zionism.
The demographics of the demographics of Israel have changed dramatically over the past 60 years.
Is that a cat in the background?
I believe that was a baby. Unless you're talking about my cat. This is my
that
cat.
wasn't the one that was making all that noise?
No, my cat.
I muted it.
Why did you mute it? Why did you mute the baby? That's the sign of a healthy household when you got a crying baby.
What's the name of the cat?
Her name is Talmavet, which translates to shadow of death. Shadow, are you going to murder people?
Hey, Jacob.
Yes.
In biblical Hebrew, how do you say that you have an evil spirit?
I'm not sure there's anywhere in the Bible where it says that.
Oh, well, doesn't okay, what if you had to conjugate it yourself or make it yourself?
Yesh lecha ruach ra, but I'm
okay.
not sure.
Now, how would you say you have bad breath?
Oh, Yesh Lecha Reach Ra, right?
It's the same, right? Yeah.
It's very similar. Yeah.
Oh, it's not the same. Okay.
Yeah. It's very similar.
I'm kind of a
Did
dog
somebody
person.
tell you that, or did you figure that out yourself?
No, of course I figured that out myself when I was in Hebrew. a couple years ago.
Reach is
Yeah.
would be
Yeah,
bad.
reach instead of ruach.
Smells.
Yeah.
Ruach
Yeah.
is spirit. Yeah. One letter difference. Ruach and reach.
And I think it's just a dot, right? It's not like
No,
no, it is an aleph. Yeah, instead of a
No,
instead
there's
of
no
a-
aleph. It's the difference between a yud and a vav.
A yud and a vav. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I didn't. Go ahead, sir.
You were gonna say Billy. It's all you, Billy.
Oh, so I have a hard time with the Hebrew. Right, been trying to learn it. I don't have the capacity for it. Even listening to my mullet, I struggle with it, man.
I mean, try Aleph with Beth. They do the whole language method, and some people do a lot better with that than the textual method. And some people do a lot better with textual method than they do whole language, especially when you're older. When you're older, textual method is easier, I think.
If you learn modern Hebrew, will that mean that you can also read biblical Hebrew?
To some extent,
So Duolingo is an option.
it is.
I
Yeah.
like playing Duolingo, but then I also listen to Aleph with Beth.
Yeah, I don't know about Olive with
Yeah.
Beth.
They're Christians, but
Yeah.
they're Christians, but it's still good.
And Tanakh
No,
Talk,
no,
don't they have
it's
some
they're
biblical
Christians,
Hebrew
so it's good.
series?
Okay, I can't hear two people at once. What did you say, Justin?
I said they're Christians, so it's good.
No, despite the fact they're Christians, actually they seem like an incredibly nice couple. They're like
You mean-
missionaries in South America and stuff, and they met in Israel, and they just seem like incredibly wholesome people. To the point where I sometimes wonder if like we're gonna find out they're both axe murderers or something. They're just a little too wholesome, you know. But
Oh, I haven't.
yeah, I've actually emailed back and forth with Andrew. He's her husband, and
Oh, I've seen her before.
Bethany.
Aleph with Beth. I think
Yeah.
she's the one who she takes like all the animals and she like says the
Right,
name of the
yeah.
animal over and over and over again.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
for little kids. Yeah.
yeah. It's great for little kids. I highly recommend it for little kids. He's written several books which I found kind of useful. His book on pronouncing the name of God, I actually found was a very useful book. And he's the type of person that like he has all his books up on his website, and he's like, if you can afford it, please send me some money. And like people like that, I just love people like that. Although
So
I probably should have sent him some money. But he's a Trinitarian. It's really hard for me to send money to Trinitarians.
So Jacob,
Yes.
you mean
I-
biblical Christians? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, cool kid.
I haven't seen it yet, but for instance, Tanakh Talk has a biblical Hebrew series.
I've seen a few of their attempts at it, and they're fun.
Well, what did you
Tanakh
think
Talk has a
about
lot of
biblical
good
languages
languages.
with kids?
Maybe.
I have a
Maybe.
book coming from Ross K. Nichols where he went through and every word in the Tanakh that it occurs more than 100 times, and he put it all in one book with how to read it and pronounce it and the definition of it. So
So
I have
Father,
it
one thing
coming. I was hoping that might help.
Can you?
Father Stephen said if you learn all the vocabulary in Jonah, you will have basically 50% of the most common words used in the Bible.
Mhm.
Jonah is a really good introduction to biblical Hebrew.
I think that one thing I really appreciate about Hebrew is that it's almost all of the words are like 3 letters long, right? And then apart from that, they have the same subject, verb, object structure that we have in English, right? Where in like if you look at Latin or if you look at Greek, well, in Greek it's a mess, right? The word order does not matter at all. In Latin, you have subject, object, verb, right? So you got to I don't know. I like Hebrew. Hebrew's cool.
I like Hebrew too.
Yep. There's a few things about Hebrew that make it easier for us to learn than you might expect.
It is one of the easiest.
Says the hypocrite. Says the hypocrite who doesn't spend enough time.
Hey, your Hebrew is better than a lot of people.
But my vocabulary is limited.
Hebrew is one of the easiest languages in the world to learn.
Yeah. I think you have like something like 3,000 vocabulary words in the Hebrew Bible.
Basically, biblical Hebrew. Yeah.
Pretty small.
Yeah, it's pretty small. And there's only 4 tenses.
As opposed
to like German has 16.
Did I tell you how I got pulled over by a cop and he freaked out for my Hebrew homework? Because I was learning the paradigm, right? Katal, katali, katal, right? Which is like kill, you kill, he kills, And so I've got like written down like 100 times, kill, with these weird, strange letters. And he's like, I'm like, no, it's homework. I swear to God, it's homework.
That's hilarious. Yeah, so katal is one of the very few, there are not. Katal may be like the only way irregular 3-letter word roots in the entire language. Like shalem, maybe shalem is almost, but even that in hitpael it becomes hishtalem as opposed to hitshalem, right? Because the first letter is shin. So katal is like the biblical root that's like, and it means to kill, right?
Yeah.
So and for a long time, it's actually pretty recent that they've started making grammars that use katal, but yeah, katal it's funny. It's killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick,
so I've got
he was killed. Lahit katel, to kill yourself.
Yeah.
So anyway, he just saw me right.
My question is how
Your
do you find time to do it all, man? How especially Justin and Jacob, how do y'all find time to do all the extracurriculars and you, Justin, with the kids, all the extra reading? Because I'm struggling.
I don't work.
Oh.
I mean, I do Uber, right? My wife is the main breadwinner. It hasn't always been like that. I used to work at AT&T, but she went and she taught herself how to write code, and she landed a job at Stifel Nicholas. And when COVID happened, one of us had to step down, and she was making more money. So I stepped down, and then we had 2 more babies during COVID. So I can't send her to school. Right. So, if I've got a 2-year-old and I've got this one, almost all of my wages would be going towards childcare. And so, I'm a stay-at-home dad now. Yeah.
I don't have.
There's no shame in that at all, man.
Yeah.
Jacob, you need to find yourself a matchmaker.
I do.
They call him what? Shidit?
Go find Yenta.
Shotgun.
Where's Yenta?
I have spoken to Shotgun galore. Nobody likes
They're
me.
not finding you somebody.
No.
Seriously. They're not.
I have gone. I have yeah. I'm a weirdo.
Do you prefer Sephardi woman?
I don't care. Anybody who will accept me, I'm fine with. Like anybody. Like why anybody would accept me? But like,
Sandy, get on it.
Nah, if I was like 30 years younger, sorry.
Well, from what I understand, Jacob, you're in college now, studying to be a social therapist.
social worker, yes, clinical
Yeah.
social worker.
Are you still working as an insurance broker?
I am, although honestly, I didn't do all my Medicare stuff, and if I don't do it in the next week, I'm gonna lose out on all my Medicare commissions, which I'm going to.
Ooh.
Well, not that I had so much at Medicare commissions, but like, yeah, it's just I couldn't do everything, and like Medicare is just so tedious. I have to do like 60 hours of training. Chazi!
Chazi,
I gotta find
Chazi,
it.
will you please join my book club for one book?
I don't
Just
see
one.
Hezzy.
We're gonna be reading about Metatron. Come
Good
on.
evening, Hezzy. So Jacob, is there a reason why you wanted to become a social worker?
Yes, I want to help people, and social, and MSW is probably the easiest way to become a general therapist. I could do a 5-year PhD in psychology, but
Mm.
did someone say Metatron? Someone did. Who are
Someone
you?
did. No,
Did you know what
Chazi,
you wanted to be when you grew
not
up?
Enoch. So let me tell you the book I want to read, and that I want specifically. I want a Jew who knows Talmud. Right, that's what I want. I want a Jew who knows Talmud, and he's also open to reading Second Temple Jewish texts. So Andrei Orlov wrote a book called The Glory of the Invisible God, Two Powers in Heaven, Traditions and Early Christology. It is 189 pages, something like that. No,
That's not so
198 pages or so. 191 pages long, but it is densely packed with the latest literature on that. And so, yeah, we're going to be looking at Metatron and all that sorts, all sorts of stuff that would relate to Two Powers stuff. So, if you would please, it would be great to have someone who can look at the Chabad and stuff like that and talk to us about it. That'd be cool.
Elijah is
Elijah.
absolutely right. Like 95% of people who go into mental health do so because they themselves have had mental health issues. And I have been very open about the fact that I've had mental health issues.
I've been told, and I've never been diagnosed, but I've been told I show signs of autism.
Yeah.
That would explain a lot of stuff, but my guess is your parents have just not taught you how to not be rude.
He hasn't seemed rude on this stream at all, man. He seemed well
Are you
adjusted.
kidding? He is the most rudest person on the stream.
The most rudest. Yes.
Okay, hold on. I do apologize. I come from a very different situation. Compared to my teenagers, this kid's a saint. Yeah.
He's a kid. What can we do? They're kids. Kids are kids.
Baptize them.
Anyway.
I'm pretty sure.
Lord have mercy.
Weren't you baptized, Kirk, as a kid?
Yeah. Well, I was baptized in the Greek Orthodox Church, but my family is not religious, basically.
Yeah. See,
Kirk,
There
now he's a
bombastic
Noahide.
side eye.
Now he's
Serial offensive side eye.
Now he's joined the true church. He's come back to Judaism.
Oy vey.
I actually do have a great grandpa from the Ottoman, Greece, that was actually Jewish.
Well,
Yeah.
in my household, there's a multitude of religions, so can't do much
In
about
my-
that.
In my head, there's a multitude of religions as well. Like different voices in my head have different religion. I'm joking.
Well, I don't
Well,
know.
Well, I mean,
You know-
isn't that required, right? You have like what, 3 rabbis or 2 rabbis, 3 opinions, right? That's almost a requirement, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I've never
But-
been diagnosed, but I do think about things in a way that I do think may show signs of autism. Like I do focus on little things in life.
I think we're too
I-
quick to paste a label on weird things.
I agree with that. B, I am very, very opposed to the gender neutral diagnosis of autism. I think it risks just saying being male is autistic.
Mm.
What do you mean
Yeah.
being
But,
male is
I don't know.
autistic?
I mean, I
They
just
just have a hard time diagnosing female.
My daughter has autism.
I don't
It
think
just
there's
presents
anything wrong with
differently,
being
you know?
autistic. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
Elon Musk is autistic, and look how successful he is.
Not every autistic person's Elon Musk. I
I
used
know,
to
but
provide support services
A
with
lot of the smartest
disabilities.
people are autistic people.
Yeah, guy autism is different from girl autism
Yeah.
or gender neutral, which is stupid.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I don't know. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this,
Might
but
be a sign.
autism was a split off from schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Really, when you look at schizophrenia and the symptoms of schizophrenia, it's just that autism presents early in childhood, and schizophrenia presents in adulthood. Right? Not everybody with schizophrenia has hallucinations, right? My daughter, she has autism, and she, spent a huge. She spent like 4 months out of the year in a psychiatric hospital 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
she was having hallucinations
mean,
and having a real
but-
hard time.
You have to
Wow.
understand, it's not a disability; it's a different ability. Is how I like to look at it.
I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean,
Yeah.
this is the thing, right? If it affects the way that you live your life in a negative way, it's a disability,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Period.
But I don't think it affects my life in a negative way.
Then maybe you don't have a disability.
Yep.
I don't have it because autism isn't inherently a disability. is my point.
No. See, this
No,
is
I
this
mean,
is,
this
this
is
is postmodern bullshit.
yeah, no, so for example, my daughter, okay, my daughter is so terrified of the stress of being wrong that she will scream before she gets an answer wrong just because she doesn't know the answer for like 20 minutes. It like totally derails the whole educational process. I have to teach my daughter in a risk-free way for her to, for her to learn. And it's very difficult, So
So, Jacob, how long have you wanted to be a social worker anyway?
I decided to go into counseling like almost 2 years ago.
I mean, you seem like you'd be good at it, although you're a little bit rough at times with people.
But that's what we actually need and we don't have because our model right now is that people pay for their own therapist, and because they pay for their own therapist, the therapist is spending more time trying to impress the person as opposed to I should have probably had some sort of party or something for getting 1,000 subscribers, but I now have 1,000 subscribers. I've earned like $5 off my YouTube channel.
Do you get like a silver plate or something like that?
No. Let's see. How much have I earned? I have earned $14 over the past month in ad revenue.
I'm about to earn my first $100.
Well, so what we're
Nice.
saying we
It's
need in the
taken
mental
like
health
6
system?
months. It's awesome. I'm so
Nice.
excited. It's gonna be the most satisfying $100 of my life.
You're saying that we need something in your opinion, we need something in the therapy system?
Oh yeah, so that's part of my whole thing with Fountain of Comfort. By the way, if you want to give an end of year contribution to Fountain of Comfort, please feel free.
What's Fountain of Comfort?
Fountain of Comfort is my new. Shadow got her head stuck in the popcorn bag. The Fountain of Comfort is my new nonprofit organization meant to be a public resource for mental health. And I am of the opinion that the people who need mental health are not the people who should be paying for it.
I can agree with that. I've seen the mental health system fail considerably bad over and over and over again.
Bye-bye,
But
Sandy.
Mr.
Godspeed,
Justin,
Yes, sir.
so I've had a couple foster kids that had varying degrees of autism.
Yeah.
What I have noticed, one of them was hearing impaired as well, and that was a very challenging situation to say the least.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed with my very limited exposure to it, that autism spectrum is all over the place, right? Because
Oh,
Yeah, there are a lot of
both
people who are autistic who don't necessarily show signs as much, and there's some people who show some signs, and there are some people who really have a hard time learning anything because of their autism. So
I used to provide support services for people who had very severe symptoms. I had one, unfortunately, that had to have it took literally an act of Congress in the state of Missouri so that he could have a padded room, that we could put him in a padded room with the seal,
for autism,
a magnetic seal. Mm-hmm.
oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that. I
Yeah,
thought that
'cause
was
he would
schizophrenia thing.
Dude, no, homie would pick up a TV and the VCR, the whole by the cords, and like throw it like nunchucks and just and so he was a danger to himself and the staff, and we would need to be able to use MANT restraints, which is a form of basically wrestling that is used in mental health, right, where you're able to use your body on a person without hurting them and without hurting yourself, right?
Yeah.
And move him into this padded room, and then we would hit that button and it would magnetically seal.
So more on what we'd call the low functioning end of the spectrum.
Yeah, and
If I have autism,
I want to be clear
because
because I know this sounds cruel. You couldn't just put him in there and walk away. You had to have your you had your finger on the button the entire time that he was escalated, because if you took your finger off the button, it would unseal. So that was a measure to prevent people from abusing him. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So as soon as he was wound down, you know what I mean, we would help him get cleaned up and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he had I don't know, Jake. Am I breaking the law right now?
Only if you're saying things which are personally identifiable. If it's,
I said it took an act of Congress, so I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it was difficult, and then I had another person that my wife and we both actually worked this client who, when she liked you, she was more likely to attack you. So my wife got kicked in the back of the legs, and my wife was 28 and she was walking around with a cane.
Mm.
You know, and she was miraculously healed by a priest. So, yeah, miraculously and instantaneously healed by a priest.
Jacob, do Jews believe rabbis can do miracles?
Of course. Anybody know where I can get an English edition of A Pre-Adamites by Lapere? I have no idea what you're talking about. What is a pre-Adamite?
Pre adamanti. This looks like a Latin phrase.
It looks. I mean, I have no idea what it is.
Let me
Will
take a
you
look at it.
please stop destroying everything? Thank you. The difference between cats and dogs is you cannot put anything out of the reach of a
It
cat.
is.
Dogs are better than cats.
I generally agree.
Men
But I
before
gotta-
Adam. It's just pre-Adamite, but he it's He
Who's
just wrote it in Latin.
Lapere? It's a book. It's a book.
Some Christian guy?
So also known as Isaac de Lapere or whatever, was French guy.
Okay.
17th century predecessor of the scientific racialist theory of polygenism. In other words, the idea that not all of human beings come from Adam.
No.
Mm.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is this a politically correct way of saying racist?
I mean, it could very easily go that way. Basically, the idea is God created other humans, and then he created Adam and Eve. And that's where Cain got his wife, you know, and stuff like that. You know. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is just fuel for the fire, man. Ugh.
Yeah. It's not good.
So this is a note
No, it's
in
not
my
good at all.
DSM-5. Individuals with a well-established DSM-4 diagnosis of autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, or pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified should be given the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. Individuals who have marked deficits in social communication, but whose symptoms do not otherwise meet criteria for autism spectrum disorder should be evaluated for social pragmatic communication disorder.
Interesting.
I may have social pragmatic communication disorder.
Apparently you may.
I'll have to talk that out with the
So-
therapist. But
You know, let me talk to you about this, right? Because
Jordan,
my
yes.
I'm sorry.
Jordan asked the question, and the answer is yes.
Yeah, everyone comes from Noah and his family, yes, but also everybody comes from Adam. There's no, so it's yes on both. But the question I had, oh yeah, so my son is having difficulty expressing his emotions
Mm,
in therapy, right?
mm,
So we got therapy for him,
mm.
and the therapist is just like, I don't think I can help this kid. I think he needs to do play therapy, not talk therapy, and stuff like that. And he also thinks that maybe he should get checked for autism. And I could be wrong.
How old is your son?
My son is 8. My daughter is 9.
Mm,
I think that he has autistic behaviors because his best friend, really his only friend, is his sister who has autism.
that is a distinct possibility.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
talk it out with the
we
therapist.
we mimic the behaviors of people we are around.
Yep.
And having healthy role models and having is your son involved in any team sports?
No.
I would highly recommend you consider that.
Yeah.
I do chess club. I would also recommend, if he's not very sporty, putting him in like chess club, because I think that's a pretty fun way to socialize with people and exercise.
If he
skill without-
doesn't like sports at all, maybe. But if he likes sports, I would definitely put him in a sports team.
So
I think that's going to do you more good than than any therapist.
Okay.
I can speak to play therapy now. Completely different circumstance. A younger child, but actually, my son that I just adopted. So he's adopted now, so I can speak more about. He was born drug addicted. Had a lot of developmental problems. He didn't say his first word till he was 2.5 years old. Okay. Play therapy brought him 3 times a week, brought him completely from antisocial, not talking, don't want to be touched, don't want to socialize with anybody, to a social butterfly in the course of a 1.5 years.
So,
Now,
questions.
he
What
was
makes that take? Because, like, my younger son, they recommended siblings things for him because of Jacob's autism. And he was in preschool with Jacob from the time he was 6 months old, practically. But on the other hand, he did have a difficulty transitioning from deaf preschool to hearing preschool. Oh, there was some linguistic issues. What makes play therapy actually work? Because we hung out with so many play groups, it was not funny. Still a very much a loner.
My experience is anecdotal, and it only applies to me and my family. So I do not know. I was just throwing a statistic out there. What I do know, when I would set in on it, because they would go to his daycare, and they would go to him in his environment that he felt safe in, with the toys that he's normally playing with, and that's where they'd interact with them. And when I sat down, when I would actually take off work and go sit and watch this, now I couldn't be in a room because everything would be different if he knew I was there. So I sat in a room that had a double mirror, and at least the way that they worked with my son specifically is they would make him, like, if they had this toy that they wanted to play with, they would make him try to say the name of the toy, and they would coax him into physically bringing them the stuff, and walk him through what he should do step by step. Now, like I said, I don't know if this would apply to anybody else, but it's what seemed to work for my kid. And so I don't know if he was, because he was premature and he was really tiny, and like I said, he was drug addicted. And so I at first they thought that he had some delays, and then over the last year he went from extremely delayed to blossomed into past his age group now. And
Really?
yeah, because so at the beginning of this year, he qualified for special assistance in every category, for cognitive, for play, for going to preschool for free, to the special education preschool, qualified for all that in January of 23. By August of 23, he was exited out of every single program.
Nice.
Like, it was just a complete flip. And well, of course it was God, but I also think that the resources that were poured into him helped. But it was like night and day. It was really beautiful to
I'm
watch.
so glad to hear that. I've been so down on so much of therapy because I've seen so much of it like not be very effective.
He had a feeding therapist too, so he quite literally had therapy Monday through Friday, and then every fourth week I had to take him to the Capitol, to Raleigh, for him to see a feeding team and gastrologist team. So every fourth week we meet with 8 doctors.
Wow.
It was a lot of resources were poured into that kid, and it all worked. And like God's hand was in it, like more than anything else. And I'm not trying to take over the thing. I'm just trying to say this is something that I have physically seen work, but that doesn't mean it'll apply to any other situation. But it worked in our situation.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone that is has developmental issues is necessarily genetic. Sometimes it might also be how they were raised.
I mean, that's definitely part of it, but also even if it is genetic, there is such thing as epigenetics and things and different parts of your genes being activated or not. Um, I mean, having having multiple people pay attention and pay attention in a healthy manner is good and healthy. And I mean, if a child is not being getting the attention, like I have to say, I see parents who like put their kids in front of a screen, or even if they don't put the kid in front of the screen, they themselves are absorbed by a screen, and it's like that's like you have to have interaction and stuff. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of animals and animal therapy. So, like, yeah.
Animals. I
Jacob,
don't-
two things. Two things. The second of which is I have to leave right now.
Okay.
After you answer this question. The first of which is I am guilty of a screen addiction. Really, it's bad, right? It's really bad, and I would like to stop. I mean, should I just, like Jesus says, if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away, right? So,
Right.
is that what I should do? Should I get rid of the screen? Should I
Okay.
go to a flip phone? What's going on? What do you think?
There are definitely people who will say go cold turkey. I am of the belief that people who can go cold turkey and do are great and beautiful and wonderful, and that's great if you can do that. But that's not the only way. There are like having awareness of what causes you to fall into a screen, why you fall into a screen. I have to say, for a lot of men, part of that is because with a computer, it's or anything that is easily like you can tell you do the right thing, number goes up, right? Men really respond very well to things that have clear indications of I do the right thing and I get a positive reward out of it. And real life is not nearly as much that as a lot of things on screens are. So
I know for myself, it's like, oh, I got a YouTube comment, got to reply. Oh, I got a like. Oh, my views went up. Oh, my, you know what I mean? And or I'm also running a Discord server. So, somebody said something on the Discord.
there's a
I need to
ping.
reply to.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's rewarding, especially when I
Turn
get things like,
off
thank
your
you, I appreciate
effing notifications.
that. Okay.
Start with Tristan Harris. He has a thing you
something
can
dilemma, the social
download.
dilemma.
I don't know what the name of his book is, but he has an app you can download on his website, which will reduce the interactivity of your phone.
Okay.
I highly recommend, at the very least, using that.
Is it an app I can download?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. and Harris. So he has, Center for Humane Technology.
Center for Humane Technology.
Yeah, so resources. Here, this is a great, highly recommend going to that website and using what he says there. And I have to say, generally, children under like 9, you definitely want to limit their access to screens.
Do you have like a I mean, a porn filter might help.
No, not just a porn filter. Obviously, also a porn filter, but even that, like,
Yeah, actually, I'm irritated because I give my kids Chromebooks, and they found their way into some online video gaming. Almost like Flash games, like from when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not Flash games; it's something else. And my son downloaded something, and he ended up getting pop-ups, adult pop-ups on his Chromebook, much to my great frustration, because as somebody who was exposed to that early on in life, it's been, so he did the right thing, and he just immediately came and told me, and I was like, okay, let's fix this, dude. So.
Yeah, I mean the resources
just...
on that website I put is a pretty good one.
Yeah. I don't know. Is screen addiction just for men though?
No, I think women doom scroll. Yeah, women doom scroll.
And
too.
Men and women interact with things very differently. One of the biggest problems we have is, I think, that like we've tried to stop putting people into categories of male and female, and that's just dumb as
that's true. I just don't know if specifically the reward dopamine is specifically along gender lines like that, but you might be right.
Justin, I can help you set up a network-wide filter for stuff like that.
Yes, that'd be great, Michael. That'd be wonderful. Will it stop even pop-ups? Like the pop-ups that are brought about because of malware?
If you have people in your life that you like spending more time with, like person to person, you might have less reliance to go to when it comes to screens, for example.
Yeah. Actually, Michael, you and I will talk about that, please. And also, Michael, okay. Yeah, Michael, I think it would be great if you'd be willing to come on for an Object to Icon in one of those episodes and maybe do a quick, chit chat about how to do something like that. I think that would be cool. So
I don't know. You said you got to get going?
I do. My wife is, there's an angry Danielle in bed saying that I'm keeping her awake, and then I've got a baby who's asleep on me, so
good night.
But Merry Christmas.
Almost, man. 20 more minutes. That's right. Merry Christmas. Yeah, you guys have a blessed day, and I appreciate you. Jacob?
Yes.
Thank you for being awesome.
Well,
you're great. You're a genuinely good guy.
I
appreciate you.
I try. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Godspeed.
Well said.
Yeah. Chezi, Godspeed, man. Take care.
Is Chezi gonna come on?
I don't know. Is Chezi gonna come on? What time is it in Israel right now? Like 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's like 7
pretty
or 8.
early for.
It's almost 8 a.m.
Yeah, and it's almost
Doesn't Hezzy wake up at like 5?
I gotta bow out too because Jacob's trying to go to sleep. So
Sleep is good. I highly recommend sleep.
yeah,
It's always good seeing you, Miss Sandy.
you too. And I just kind of wanted to pop back on because everybody was talking about the kids and yeah, mine's kind of a big kid, but yeah, still a kid.
Chad?
Chad,
Not really.
Merry
Talk to
Christmas.
y'all later. Have a good one.
Merry Christmas, Chad. How are things in Wisconsin?
They're good. I'm in Indiana right now.
You are in Indiana with family?
Yes.
Family's
Jake-
good. I am in favor of family.
Jacob, if you had to guess, what percentage of your audience are
What percentage of my audience or what?
what percentage would you say are Jewish versus non-Jewish?
I would say less than 10% of my audience is Jewish.
I just want to drop in and say Merry Christmas to everybody. Send prayers to the in-laws for our family.
I hope everything's okay.
We do too. We'll see.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
How you doing,
Izzy?
Kazi?
Good.
Hezzy.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
Kirk, why are my headphones not working?
I don't know why your headphones are not working.
Where are you, Hezzy?
I think he just got a phone call.
I saw recently on Twitter you were retweeting Jordan Peterson saying he wants to be the president of Harvard.
Yes. I
That
actually
would be
suggested
a
it before
very
he
good
did.
thing.
I would love for Jordan Peterson to be.
Who is the left wing president stepped down?
No, not yet. But she's toast.
Her name is Roxanne Gay, something like that.
No, Roxanne Gay is somebody else. This is her cousin, Claudine Gay.
Yeah, she is. She's like crazy. Like she couldn't answer if calling for the genocide of the Jewish people was like harassment to some Republican congresswoman or something like that. Like this is
Okay,
what cultural
I
Marxism
really don't
does.
want to talk about this.
Okay.
She's definitely toast, Elijah. How you doing, Kazi?
I'm doing all right. I'm actually going to be leaving the house soon and was going to do a little tightening up, but it's easier for me to do that with my headphones on, which are for some reason not working now, so that's not awesome. But today's a shopping day, so that means it's a solo day. Traveling to Tel Aviv, traveling to different vendors, looking at new materials. So these are always enjoyable days, and they're productive in a certain sense and very unproductive in another sense. I have zero, I can't answer any emails. I can't be sketching anything. So it always
You're just
causes
driving
me.
and driving and driving?
Yeah, and it's also, I'm going to go meet Giddy, and Giddy is going to talk to me about his new stone, but I need to deal with 20 minutes of him, his coffee. He has the best coffee, and then one of his workers going to be mouthing off. So there's going to be 30 minutes of nothingness until I actually start talking about the product I want to talk about. So it's a lot of, smiles, and then it's going to be a lot of talking about the war, what's going to be. So it's just a lot of human interactions that have with them a lot of fluff, which is generally I'm okay with. But on a work day, it's difficult, but enjoyable.
What do you do professionally, Hezzy?
I have an architecture, design, and management firm. I build homes, villas, things of that nature.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I'm very, very privileged to be building and rebuilding the city of
do you do
Jerusalem.
physical construction or just model the houses?
You mean am I picking up a hammer?
Yeah.
No, I'm not picking up a hammer. I have It's me and my partner. We've gone through different variations. If I had like 6 employees, I've got cut down to just me and my partner. We've gone back up and down, but generally speaking, it's just the actual architecture planning, the design planning, and all the management. So the bidding and the scheduling and all the logistics. But then we send it out to tender for different contractors, and they do the actual work. We oversee their work. We oversee the whole process. We quarterback it, but I'm not picking up hammers.
I see. And is it more like expensive houses, more fancy houses, or more like middle class houses?
That's a good question. I don't like using the term high end. I just think it's like a relative term. And usually, like, I'll tell clients that, like, oh, this is high end. I'm like, high end to me is like if you live in Dubai and you have like a cheetah as your pet. That's like one level of high end. Having wood floors just means like you have wood floors. So I would say
wood floors in Israel.
So exactly. So wood floor is an example where I tell someone that is not a high end product. It's just expensive in Israel because
there's no wood in Israel.
Correct. It's not a natural resource. So it doesn't mean you got anything magical. It just means like you spent more money. Now, like getting like a Sub-Zero fridge, that's a high-end item because that costs $20,000 for a fridge, which is like bananas. And my recommendation is always to clients to not get that. It gets crazy when you have very, very religious, observant clients that believe that they need 2 or 3 Sub-Zeros, one for meat and one for milk, and they want to not get confused, or ovens. So then that's where religion and
why do people get Sub-Zero fridges? Like my sister has one that looks like a Sub-Zero fridge, but it's not an actual Sub-Zero.
You mean that it's flush? So okay, so the idea is making a counter depth cabinet or fridge. Aesthetically is very pleasing. The problem is, where do you put your motor, your compressor, and these kind of stuff? So they came out with a great technology that allows you to sort of compress these stuff and still maintain that great size. Sub-Zero specifically.
Is it mostly middle class, like in terms of class?
Kirk, let him answer the question.
I'll answer your question, Kirk. 1 second. So it's just great technology for the Sub-Zero and keeping things fresh. But there are many, many other companies that do it. And it's really buying a Sub-Zero at this point is like the clients will just say, that's what I'm used to, or I could have just afford to get it. But there really is no excuse. I think it's like way over the top, and you can get things for a fraction of the price. And that's usually what I use. I say, instead of getting 2 of these, maybe let's get these 2 fridges, and then you could, I don't know, donate to Cure Cancer. You could buy this other thing you wanted. There's all the other stuff you could do with the money you saved. And as far as your question, Kirk, most of my clients, I would say people would say that I do high-end work. So it's not like my clients are coming with me with, let's say, 0 budget. I don't believe in those kind of things, or just like waving their credit card everywhere. Having said that, anyone coming to me knows that he's going to be spending a significant amount of money.
I see. So, yeah, like I don't know. In Israel, is it the same as America, where you have like poor, middle class, rich?
You have. It's not really poor. You have like a pretty strong middle class, and then there's like a few that are rich. But generally speaking, most people are like playing around like the middle class level. It's everything in Israel is more expensive than the States, besides for healthcare and education, which are a joke. Like my kids going to school is, I don't know, it's like $2,000 a year.
Yeah, it's funny how cheap healthcare is in Israel because everybody's a doctor.
But your cars, your lights, your furniture, everything else is more expensive.
I have a technical question for you, Hezzy.
Hit me, Bill.
So with the Sub-Zero fridges you're talking about, so in my line of work, I work in hospitality. I'm the engineer of not an engineer like you, but a maintenance engineer. And one of the ways that we've solved our size constraints for refrigeration is we use split units for our refrigeration. So where we'll have big wine coolers, but we don't have enough space to actually run that type of compressor, we'll do something like a traditional split, but for refrigeration. So all my components are outside, where everything runs off of a line set to a condenser inside of the box. Is that something like what you're talking about with the Sub-Zero fridges?
Chezi, we're not hearing you.
You can hear me?
Now you can.
There you go.
We weren't before.
Sorry, I was saying that what's novel about these counter depth fridges and specifically the Sub-Zero is it allows you to maintain all those components inside the actual unit in the kitchen without moving it anywhere. In the Sub-Zero, it happens to be on top, and that's why you have to have like these big vents, basically like cooling it off. Which is another thing people mess up at times. Like they'll put a fridge like that inside their kitchen, but not create enough ventilation, and then it starts breaking. Then the blame game starts. But yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. If you don't have enough ventilation for something like that, couldn't you cause sick building syndrome? Or maybe you don't have to worry about that in Israel.
Things are pretty dry in Israel.
All right. So, like here, if in North Carolina, as humid as it is, if we're not careful with our ventilation, you can cause mold and all kinds of stuff to grow inside the building if you don't have the proper ventilation, especially around appliances.
Sorry about that. My wife called the nerve. Told her to knock that off.
And
sure, Kirk, hit me.
Hezi, in your opinion, do you think there's a possibility that artificial intelligence will ever be able to replace like architect
no doubt
models?
No doubt. Yes.
I've seen, yeah. I mean, I really don't know about this AI stuff. Like, I've seen some interviews on like Joe Rogan and about like what's this going to do to society. But like, I mean, on the one hand, it could be a very good thing to have some level of automation, but like, is there going to be mass displacement of
Yes.
people that won't come back? I don't know, but like, I do think some people overestimate, but I do think there's also a problem of underestimating. Like I saw that like Paul Krugman was going to say it's not going to have an effect for the next 20 years or something like that.
So
economically, the idea of surplus labor is just not a thing.
Well, I think Paul Krugman just doesn't get a lot of things right.
Well, no, he lies a lot, but that's beside the point.
Jacob and I just have had disagreements about the effect that AI will have on different elements, but I could tell you that whether or not you decide to convert, Kirk, which is not like pushing you to do that or not, the fact that you are interested in a religious system is already putting you far above and beyond where most people are living their life. So whether it's Judaism or another code that you decide for yourself, safeguard yourself with a moral system, because those are the things that will protect you from these changes.
Right now, I just feel like I'm gonna live as a Ben Noach, and if I ever do decide to convert to Judaism, that will be on my own time. But life is long. It's not like I'll have to do anything immediately.
That is beautiful. I don't know. Have you been joining our classes, Kirk?
Your Noahide classes?
Yeah.
No, but I would like to start. They're on Tuesdays, I believe.
Tuesdays.
Yeah. So, is it mostly Noahide Halacha or Hashkafa or?
It's just Noahide Halacha. Noahide Hashkafa is Jewish Hashkafa. and it's just halakha, and then we would move on to a prayer situation, a review of the prayer book as well. But that's going to happen probably in like we probably have a few
Well,
more
that's
weeks.
nice.
So if you want to join, you're welcome to join.
Yeah, Hezzy, I've been missing quite a few of those classes. I've been listening after the fact. I do apologize about that. It just so happened that work got crazy right as all those things started.
By the way, Bill, feel free to write in the group if you want to try to schedule a different time that's better for everyone. I'll try to be flexible. I obviously this is not like it's free. I mean, it's for you. So
Yeah, I know. It. I'm trying to work it out. This month has just been nuts. Too much going on. But I'm hoping things will slow down a little bit. The problem with working in the field that I work in is I have a lot of things that are the same. So when you discover a problem, like I have, all of a sudden that one problem turns into 103 problems. So that's what I've been dealing with this last month. Quite literally, I had all my dehumidification go out in the entire hotel all at the same time. And anyway, I'm not going to get into it, but I had like $500,000 worth of trouble pop up in the course of a couple days.
That reminds me. So I live not too far from the ocean, and my safe dehumidifier, like I ended up throwing a cup of water. Like I ended up getting one of those dehumidifiers that like actually has a tank with a water, because I started with just one of those I started with like dehydrating things that you warm up, the beads, silicone beads. And then I got one of those things, and now I have a dehumidifier that like actually sucks water out, and I throw like a cup of water out. It's just one safe. And I'm just wondering, like, do I need to cover the safe with something? Because like, am I trying to dehumidify like my entire apartment, or like, because I just don't understand how there's that much water in my safe.
It's California.
Well, let me ask you: is it an actual safe, or is it a gun, or is it a steel cabinet?
Steel, probably a steel cabinet. It's a gun safe.
Is it all right? What brand? Help me.
I don't remember.
Jacob, do you have a gun?
I have a shotgun. Yeah.
A shotgun?
Yeah. What's so funny? What else would you use for home defense?
Well, you can't use much in California.
Stupid liberals.
I mean, I could get a rifle or a handgun, but like for home defense, isn't everybody tells me a shotgun is basically what you get for home defense?
Yeah, I just hopefully, Chas v'shalom, you don't like splatter someone else on the wall as well.
Well, with the shotgun, you're less likely. Yeah, with the shotgun, you're less likely with the right loading. You being in an apartment, I wouldn't be using double aught buck. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. Not an apartment building. I would not an apartment building. I'd use something like number one. I'd either use number one or number four.
Oh, I have double aught, but okay.
Yeah. So it's think about it like this. 33. You have 9.33 caliber pellets moving at 1,100 square feet, somewhere around there. 1,100 feet per second. So if one of those does miss, that's carrying enough energy to punch through a wall, because it's the same as a 9mm. So it's got enough energy, one of those pellets, to punch through a wall into another room, versus like. Well,
into another room, but not into an exterior wall between me and my neighbor, right?
Yeah, but don't
I don't have that many rooms. It's one.
It
one
depends
apartment.
how the house is built. Like it's not going to make it out to the
yes.
street, but it might make it between the apartments.
Yes, yes, it might make it between apartments. Versus like number 4 buck is closer to a 25 caliber, where if it does make it out of your house, it's not gonna. If it hits somebody through after it goes through a wall, it's less likely to kill them. Anyways, I don't know if that's a conversation to have on open channels.
I'm more interested in the dehumidifiers. Yeah.
Well, with the safe, the reason why I'm asking is because there's things called gun cabinets that a lot of people think are safes, and it's not. All it is thin sheet metal that's all the way around it. An actual safe is going to have insulation and drywall inside of it. It's what makes it fireproof.
Yeah, so
right.
mine is 1 hour fire rated.
Okay, that's your problem.
Oh, it's not enough of a fire rating?
Yeah, it's not enough insulation. So the fire rating comes from the insulation and the fireboard inside of it. So with you being right there on the coast, you're not all that airtight and moisture tight. You're going to want something closer like a 6-hour fire rating for you to be able to keep moisture out. But for you, I would probably suggest to use the silicate packs you were using with the dehumidifier. Use both of them at the same time, and that should solve. Go ahead.
What about insulating the walls? Putting on more insulating membranes.
He could, and now I don't know if he's rented or not. Now, well, instead of doing a permanent change like that, you could do like egg crates and whatever room it's in. If it's in a closet, you can
Honestly,
outside insulation.
I was just thinking of like covering it with like something that's actually, mostly airproof, that just so like the air isn't changing so much, because like how much air is going into there? Like it doesn't need, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like I could be covering it with a piece of plastic for all it that matters, right? I barely go in there once a month just to get the water out of the dehumidifier.
Hezzy, do you think one of those soundproof blankets would work on it?
Just because the density of those membranes or blankets, it should keep out some of the moisture. However, you could also, with fairly cheap, buy a like a vent, and it's called like an inline vent. That basically it's a silent vent that just circulates the air and like shoots it out. So you could also just be sucking out any moisture up from the room. And just again, I don't know if you could. It's a rental. It's a little more difficult. I keep on.
No. This is my my condo, but like, I don't want to be installing a bunch of stuff. Like, even the fact I didn't intend to buy an electrified fence, but safe. But they had one which had a scratch on it, which was on sale. So that's what I got.
Okay, this is what we're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to take apart the kitchen. Okay, redo the bathrooms. It's the only way to make it through this. Maybe move.
Yeah. Well, I guess for cheap, you could probably get some moving blankets and drop some moving blankets on it. You can get them for about $15. That might help you. But the exhaust.
Honestly, if it's actually coming from outside, like if there's a lot of water coming from outside, I guess I could just cover it in some waterproof or something, something airproof.
The exhaust idea would be the best. A bathroom fan in there would probably be a better idea, or a more permanent solution.
By the way, Jacob, that vent is not expensive. The question is where are you venting it out to. So either you punch out a hole to the outside. It's like
Doesn't that reduce like the fire safety of the safe? Like, doesn't that?
You wouldn't put the vent in the safe. You'd put it in the room.
room.
Oh, I see. To like dehumidify the entire room.
Correct.
I see. Yeah, I just care about the actual safe. Like, I don't want my shotgun and my magic cards are actually. I'm more worried about my magic cards than I am because they're actually worth money, whereas my shotgun's not that expensive.
Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
There's no issues with Magic the Gathering for Jew.
No, why would there be an issue with Magic the Gathering for a Jew?
I mean, sorcery is prohibited.
It's a game.
Yeah, I'm not actually doing real sorcery.
Imitating isn't an issue.
What isn't an issue? What?
Imitating sorcery or idolatry isn't.
I'm not imitating idolatry. I'm not imitating. Plenty of Orthodox Jews play Magic the Gathering. It's just the
That's fair. I just didn't know.
The only
By the way,
serious
Kirk.
consideration is some of the illustrations are a little risque for an Orthodox Jew.
Kirk,
How
we did
close is-
learn- I was just
Has
gonna
he?
say, Bill, quick, Kirk. We did go over last week on idolatry how there could even be an issue with an imaginatory God, but so like there's as far as what you're talking about imagination. However, at no point does anyone in Magic the Gathering believe, while they know they're playing an imagination game, no one is there thinking that this is actually true. If there was someone in one of those Comic Cons that actually believed that this is like legit, right? So then yes, then that person has gone a step too far, and then many things would become an issue. The second he would see that as a religion, then dressing that way or doing things for that or spending money on that would all become a problem. But once it's still in game land, then like Jacob said, then you have other issues. Are the people you're hanging out with, are they dressing appropriately? Are they speaking appropriately? All those kind of stuff.
The
But
illustrations on Magic cards are sometimes a little bit much. Elijah says, Chezi is just surprised because Israel is busy taking away the gun of people near the Lebanon and Gaza border.
yeah, they gave them back. They gave the guns back.
They're stealing
I
from the
have to
settlers.
say, a bunch of my friends were like, "Hey, why don't people in Israel have guns? And why weren't they defending themselves on October 7th?" It's like, good question.
Yeah.
Israelis
Well, are
have-
they concerned that people in the West Bank are going to shoot Arabs?
No, that's not what they're concerned about. They had, I think it was an overreaction. They had a devastating case of a soldier that killed a civilian, and that civilian killed that. There was a terror attack. That civilian, I believe, killed the soldier, killed the terrorist. Soldier came and was confused who's who. Even though there's a video of the civilian getting on his knees, throwing his ID card, putting his hands up in the air, nevertheless, he was shot, which was horrible. So that created some sort of like shock. Having said that, the it's far and few between are those cases, and there's a tremendous amount of cases where civilians did in fact stop the terrorist. This also has to do with the fact that in Israel, many of the civilians have already trained with guns in the past or were in the army in the past. So there's a different mindset from it. No one's getting it for hunting. No one's getting it for any other reason besides for actual practical self-defense on the ground. And one of the problematic figures in the Knesset, Itamar Ben-Gvir, came out saying like basically, you have a name, you get a gun, right? So it's not that extreme, but they definitely opened it up for many more options, for many more people to be able to get a gun. And they're nervous about domestic violence, things of that nature, how those things will play out in the long run. So we're in the midst of it. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, it's very different. It's a very different thing between allowing people to have weapons to defend themselves in their homes and allowing people to carry weapons in public to defend themselves in public. You know,
You're right, Bill. The problem is that it's not like I'm walking out and there could be a chance. This is going to sound very problematic. So, if I'm not next to the high school, right, I'm not necessarily going to run into the high school shooter, right? However, if I'm walking on the street, and the problem is not all Arabs are terrorists, but almost all terrorists in Israel are Arab. So you now have a scenario where there's a potential risk around you at all times. And that creates a very different reality, which is, again, less to like, it could be happening whether you're in the hospital. So again, extreme cases would be like, because you could be like, well, listen, Chazi, like the FBI, the Israeli version of the FBI is like, looking for these problematic terrorists. And that's what you got to hope on the
It's like the Shin Bet.
Sort of, for all intents and purposes, sure, Shabak. But now, another issue is you have, let's say, Israeli Palestinians. Thank God there hasn't been a wave of this in this current war. We have like Israeli Palestinians or Arabs that will that have an Israeli ID. As I mean, they could work in Israel, they walk around in Israel, they're a citizen like just like me. If they decide one day to lose it, that's a problem. Now, so we've had like tractor terror, right? So these are guys that are working on, let's say, the highway or working on like a light rail. They just take their tractor and start running over people. Or suddenly so they had this in what happened in Gaza right now. A lot of people from Gaza, people don't know this, around 18,000 people were let out a day to go work in Israel. And this was part of trying to work with the population, offer them some sort of job, so they could work to some sort of economical freedom, and a lot of these workers that were coming into these neighborhoods that were near the border and working there on produce or working there on construction or things like that, ultimately ended up mapping out the routes of where do you get to where the weapons are hiding? How do you get into these people's houses? So this creates, again, like a very different element for a lot of people in Israel. I know of workers, like, this is even going to sound more devastating. In my daughter's kindergarten, right, there are two of the staff is Arab. One of them was arrested because after October 7th, she was posting on her social media pro-Hamas picture, get rid of the Jews. Now, this is someone that's like watching my kid, right? So then I have to think to myself, if more things happened, would this person, like, if, I don't know, the war gets worse, is she going to decide to kill my child one day? Right? So
maybe Israeli companies might want to consider who they hire.
And not, so you're asking a great question.
Not hire Arabs.
I have a client okay, but that's racist. What do you mean? You can't
But
hire.
Is it fair?
So
I think it's fair, but
and say, we can't have any Arab workers in the site right now. So I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I have workers, I have houses I need to build. No. So I'm like, for what reason? Because like a security reason? They're like, yes. I'm like, okay, so are you guys firing the cleaning ladies in the building as well? Because they're Arab, right? And I just want to know, Mrs. Cohen, that you're not going to pick up the medicine at the pharmacy because they're Arab. Or you're just saying, like, I'm not comfortable that there's Arab workers over here. She's like, yes. I'm like, okay, but that's not a reason why we don't have them come. I could talk to my clients and see about maybe having different hours, but there's no, like, I'm not having Arab workers anymore. It's also, what are you going to do with all the innocent Arabs and that just want to work and just want to be citizens and just want to live a good life? Am I supposed to tell all those people, sorry?
And you make it worse when you do that, because then you're reinforcing the idea that this is a race war, and it just makes things worse.
It's not a race war. It is a religious war. I mean, that's at least what I believe. Ultimately, what's undergirding these stuff. But I agree.
If you reinforce it by making it into a race war, then it becomes a race war.
Yeah, but it always becomes a race war because the second you ask, wait, why is there tension? It's because two of these people are here. Why are they here? One of them is here for religious purposes. Even the secular, that's the name of the country. The name of the country is biblical. I mean, it's amazing, and obviously that's why you have all this tension. Though I was speaking about this with Yosef, and I understand why it's hard for people to express themselves this way. But when Jacob meets Esau, right, he prepares for war, and he prays, and he also brings gifts. And Israel, while I'm sure many people are praying, and we're definitely in war times, there seemingly are no conversations which are gift oriented, and like the way I would see that play out would be Israel goes to Egypt and says, listen, we're obviously not going to have all these refugees come into like Israel proper right now, but if you take them to Egypt, we will finance all the field hospitals. Why don't we offer that? Why don't we say, by the way, we 100% bombed this mosque right now because there's terrorists coming out of it, but of course we will gladly build a new mosque because we want Arabs to pray and we want you to have those houses. So like, this is nothing personal against it, but there's no conversation of us creating some sort of alternative. And it doesn't mean just allowing them to work, but having a conversation which says like, we see you. And I also believe that would give more legitimacy to quote unquote bomb, but right now you just have a conversation of, eliminating eliminating the enemy with, and I know Bibi never said I hate Arabs, and Bibi never said I want to kill all Gazans, but the sentiment in the air is that this is a war against Israelis against Arabs, and that's a mistake.
I mean, I just don't know why Israel would sacrifice for her enemies.
Well, not all of them are enemies, and eventually, not only they're not enemies, they're actually their cousins, and more so, they're biblical cousins. So, like, this story doesn't end without Ishmael back in the tent of Abraham.
Look, there are 7 million people who live there, at the very least, going to be neighbors, and you can't deny that they're going to be neighbors. Like,
nope.
The idea that like all of these Arabs are going to somehow disappear or something is just idiotic.
Bomb enough. I mean,
well, not to mention if you go too hard, if you push the envelope too far, you're gonna have a lot more trouble on your hands than the people that you got to share borders with. And what Hezi, what you're saying sounds fairly reasonable. Sounds well thought out. We don't hear a lot of reason when you start talking about politics anymore in any country. Especially ones aligned with the United States. So I hope
this has to do with the leadership crisis.
Yes. Well, we have a leadership crisis everywhere because I think we have a moral crisis on our hands. We integrity crisis. At least in America, I can't speak for Israel, but here we have an integrity and a moral crisis. And of course, we're going to choose immoral and people without integrity to lead us.
Yeah, we have the same problem here.
Yeah. So, but earlier when I was saying the difference between having a gun in the home versus having a gun on you, now I'm one of those people that thinks everybody should have a gun on them. But I was just trying to iterate that if people felt scared about a lot of people having guns, a good way to cushion that is, start slowly with firearms on the border towns specifically, in people's homes specifically, and then as people see that there's no vigilantes, it's going to happen, and nobody going to wage their own holy war against their neighbor. That that sentiment will be over time will be more laxed with the carrying of firearms.
I hear
What I was
you.
trying to say.
Why it's a little different in Israel is because, again, you already have at the age of you already have to have, like, you have to think about the scenario: seeing a 20-year-old good-looking girl at a club with a gun on her, like a big rifle, right? And that's not strange to see in Israel because that's like she's just out of the army for the weekend. She's not going to leave the gun in the house. She has the gun on her, but she's still wearing her Lululemon pants and her crop top, but she has like an assault rifle on her. And this could also be like a left, like someone that votes left and is like against war in theory. That's just like the reality. So no one's like walking around like nervous. I can't. I mean, if you go into any restaurant or anywhere over here, you're going to see multiple people that are carrying like a pistol basically on them. And you're always going to see 2 or 3, 1 or 2 rifles that someone that's usually in the army has on them. So it's less about people like nervous about seeing guns. However, I think it's completely tactless, for example, to see people that got new guns right now sort of talking about it as if like I got a new pair of like Jordans. They're like comparing it, look at my gun, look at your gun, but they're also doing that in front of, let's say, Arab workers. And that's like, I'm sure they're feeling very uncomfortable. Like, look at these Jews. They all bought guns and they're like excited about them. They're like comparing them and looking at them. So I don't think that's a great
Hezi?
Yeah.
On a lighter note, what's the temperature like in Israel?
On a much lighter note, fairly cold. A little warmer today. It's slow winter, not much rain, which is good for the soldiers because rain is very difficult in war. But so it's there was even a I don't know if you know this, Jacob. There was they asked the rabbis if they could not pray for rain now,
Really?
and the rabbi said yes, they could not pray for rain.
What? So instead of 10 talumatar, they're.
So
What?
someone was saying basically, like instead of Moshiva Ruach Morida Geshem is just.
You can say Marina Tal?
Well, one rabbi said you should still be saying the same bracha, but your intention should be that it should rain only when where it's necessary and not in battle.
That's always hold on, that's always the intent when you pray for rain.
Yes, but the question is, here you have, it's like anti-kavana. So let's say on the evening prayer, right, in Ma'ariv, or let's say specifically after the Sabbath, you say Hamavdil, you say a specific blessing that takes, basically ends the Shabbat. Right now, if you want to, there would be a question if you said that in synagogue, and then you want to go home and then say it again when you light the candle. That's a problem because you are doubling down on the same blessing. So the answer to that is that when you're doing it on the evening prayer, when you say that blessing, you have your intentions are negative, basically, or antithetical to it, saying the blessing I'm saying right now is not the one I'm fully placing my intent in because I don't want the Sabbath to be removed by this because I want to make that blessing again later on with my household. So here too, you could have a negative intention towards this blessing of the rain.
Hold on, okay, but you're saying you're in Baruch Aleinu, you're not changing Baruch Aleinu, right?
No, they're not. No one's changing the words. The attitude is more about like, I don't want rain right now, so I'm praying for something, but that's not what I want. So how am I dealing with that? So the rabbi is saying like that you continue saying the words, but have your intentionality should be different, and it's okay for you to say, I know I'm saying that I want rain, God, but I really mean Israel should be okay with its ecosystem, but I would rather there not be rain right now because of the battle.
Interesting.
So the temperature's pretty good now, like moderate warm.
Not moderate warm, but just like a jacket.
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, that's better than it is in New Orleans a lot of times.
Yeah. So the weather here is fairly solid. I mean, hot is hot. Summer could be hot, obviously, but
Did you grow up in Israel?
born and raised. Just seeing what Elijah wrote over here. Are the Arab workers Israeli Arabs or Palestinian Arabs with work permits? Great question. There's some and some. Right now, there's a huge shortage because most of the workers are Palestinian workers with permits, but no one is allowed. No workers, Palestinian workers, have been allowed into Israel basically for 3 months since the holidays, basically. So this is devastating for the economy because you have hospitals, roads, projects, all like I was supposed to receive the keys to my house in the new neighborhood I bought in. That has been delayed. So the work I have still going on in Israel proper is with teams that are either Jewish teams or they're Arab. They're always Jewish teams, always Jewish owned teams, but either they're Israeli Jewish labor or Arab Israeli labor that have permits that could be inside the country.
So Jacob,
Yes.
you were mentioning Tristan Harris earlier.
Yes.
So from what I understand, he a big thing he is critical of how social media like sort of alienates or like parasociality because of the internet.
What?
Like, for instance, Tristan Harris talks about the negative effects of social media a lot.
Yeah.
Is that like a particular interest of you as of late?
No. It's just something that came up when he asked the question.
Okay,
Yeah. I mean, it's true. There's problems with social media.
So I don't know if you saw the new recent Joe Rogan with Tristan and his buddy.
I have not seen Joe Rogan in a while.
But he lets them know that what are the advancements of AI so far. So they've been using these large language models to try to decipher the language of whales and dolphins, and they found out that dolphins and whales all each whale and each dolphin has a specific name, and they speak to each other in different names. They did this thing with this dolphin where they had the dolphin do basically show us all your repertoire of tricks. Now learn a new trick. Show us a new trick. He understands them and does a new trick. Then they say, go with another dolphin. Both of you learn a new routine together and then present it to us. And then they did that as well. And there's a communication between them. And then they were talking about how also parrots. They found out that parrots, the mother basically whispers distinct names. I don't know if she whispers, but she gives distinct names to each one of her kids, and each one has its own name that they recognize. Which is also fascinating.
I'm looking this up, and it says in 2013 they found out that dolphins have names for each other.
So why they were making it so hyped up? I mean, I was impressed regardless, but that's what he was talking about last time, and to me that was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Daniel Schmachtenberger, even though I probably should do a thing of the discussion with Vervaeke and stuff.
Ian McGilchrist, yeah. I mean, anytime I see him, I just can't help but think how small his hands are.
It's his beard that makes me laugh. And his name. I mean, come on. Schmachtenberger? Dude, change your name.
I heard you guys, this is a question to Bill. I heard you guys having a discussion about TV, screen time. So I was interested, Bill, my kids, they can only watch, they have screen time on Friday, basically. That's the only time they could watch anything. And obviously if they have some sort of homework thing that I need to do on the computer or that the school sent them, they'll do that. But other than that, it's just screen time on Friday after their chores are done. So how does it work with your kids?
So we are very strict on the screen time. The TV, not as strict, but with screen time, it's for school-age children. Any schoolwork they have to do is not included in this, but it's basically during the week's about 30 minutes a day. That's phone or tablet. Now, with the TV, it's a little bit more problematic with toddlers because 30 minutes on a TV is not enough for a toddler. So it's 30 minutes on the screen, an hour of TV a day, and that's where I draw the line. During the weekend, when I'm not working, when I'm not on call, we're busy. There's really no time for screens. So I'm very strict on the screens. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Now, with the caveat, on the weekends when I am on call, when I'm on call, I pretty much pull, 36 hours in 3 days, 44 hours. Anyway, I'm gone a lot, and that leaves my wife with, handling anywhere between 2 to 5 kids by herself. Those rules kind of go out the window with the TV.
I agree with that. Like, I also tell my wife that I don't know if there's like a breakdown happening and one of the kids like having like a meltdown. You don't need to be a hero and then decide like today's the day that I'm not letting them watch. Like, I guess like, yes, if they're bugging out, obviously you want to use it as a tool. I do see though that socially it's difficult because like my son wants to know about the stuff that his friends are talking about, like in school, of like this show or that thing, but I can't. These shows, like the way the kids talk is out of control. The attitude of these cartoons,
yes,
values of these cartoons is just nonsense.
What type of children's entertainment do they watch a lot in Israel?
I mean, it's the same thing you have everywhere in the world, right? I'm saying it's
SpongeBob.
Yeah, I mean, it's Netflix, right? So they're watching all the stuff. So they have this thing I let them watch called Ratzim La Mishnah, running towards the Mishnah. It's for observant kids. So it's these two guys, they have like a whole play, and they take a section from the Mishnah and they sort of play it out. So they'll watch that. A lot of Bible stories I put on, and then like I'll select movies. I don't know, like I put on E.T. They watch the original Jumanji, but I have to like sort of select the things I want them to watch based on stuff that like I saw back in the day. But I don't know, they don't, there's no saying shut up in the house. There's no curse words in the house. So if they start watching shows where like everyone's dropping like curse words all the time, it's disruptive.
Yeah, they don't. When we allow TV time, there's nothing over PG is allowed on in my house, even if the kids are asleep and no. So we even have to be careful, like Spider-Man, because there's a lot of violence in Spider-Man. I'm the only one in my house that's not a Christian, so there's a lot of Christian stuff that plays, like Veggie Tales and Teletubbies and things like that. And so, and of course,
you don't have to pretend that you're not the one watching those, Bill. Like, you're in a safe place.
Oh man, I can't tell you last time I turned the TV on. I'm too busy. But
they're the first Noahides, by the way. They see in the rainbow. They see in the sun. Right? There's like the picture of the baby. They're just trying to search beyond.
Oh man, that's too funny. Yeah, you're right. They do have the rainbow. But
we're way more about Veggie Tales than I do, Fezzy.
Veggie Tales.
You have to watch. You want these kids to watch something where, like, I mean, it's very low stakes when you're dealing with like a tomato and a cucumber. You know what I mean? And when you're dealing with like, if everyone wants to be like Chandler from Friends, I don't want my kids growing up giving me like sarcasm all the time for every answer.
Yeah, but it's getting very difficult to find things. Like I said, even modern cartoons, man, they have a lot of violence and a lot of decadence in them. It's getting.
Well, you just finish your point, Billy.
It's getting difficult to find things that are new that instilling values that we appreciate in the household.
Aquanauts.
Well, has he?
I was gonna tell Bill there's a show called Aquanauts.
I need to look it up.
Very, very safe. Just animal. I mean, listen, there are people in. I mean, I knew someone growing up that their parents didn't let them play with animals that wore clothing because they said that's like a lie. And but Jacob, this is like the parents only spoke Yiddish, and like animals that spoke. I remember like the kid was in her house and he watched Lion King, and the mom called and said like he can't be watching animals talking because it's sheker. Like
Wow.
Was it like a Hasidic household?
I can't remember where they were. I guess I should have responded back to that. Like, but what about the Bilam's donkey? Right, he's talking.
But what I was gonna ask is, like, for secular Israelis, is it all the same TV shows you'd get in like America, or do they have any specific
All the
shows?
same shows you have in America, then some of like telenovela, Europe, Spain crap, and you have some Israeli stuff as well, like our own like interior stuff. But generally speaking, like America sets the tone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron, look, now I know I was just talking about violence, but I'll show you something that my kids helped me work on. I don't know if you can tell what that is.
1 second. A knife? Very
Yeah,
awesome.
it's a flint. It's a flint knife.
Yeah.
So it's made out of obsidian with a deer with the antlers handle made out, and the wrapping is made out of sinew. So some of my boys helped me make this. Took us about 4 months to make it, but this is a lot of things that we do, stuff like that.
If we're show and telling, I'm just gonna point out. 1 second, where's my camera over here? So this is what I did with my son. 2 of my sons recently. They broke it a little though. So basically, I made them like these little Wolverine hands that they could murder each other with, I guess. So they're running around stabbing their little sister, but it's all in good fun.
Yeah, of course I don't let them play with these, but you know it's
Right.
yeah, it's all in good fun. Yeah, one thing I noticed with my boys, it doesn't matter how hard I try to not let them see violence, they still fight and talk about killing, and I don't know where to hear it from, but
yeah, so you have to be okay. So you should. So there's
rough and tumble.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't want them not to know about violence. They need to know about violence. They need to know the proper context of violence.
Yeah.
And they need to. So like, there's nothing wrong with contextualized violence. So one of my teachers once gave the example of Beauty and the Beast,
Gaston.
Yeah, like with Gaston, right? So there's a lot of violence there, but like as long as it's properly contextualized, it's still rated G, and that's fine because having context for violence is understanding the world. And that's been one of my big things with people who like won't let their kids play with guns, like toy guns. It's like, no, it's fine. Let your kid play with toy guns as long as they understand I am going to treat the gun like it's a toy gun, and I'm going to understand, oh, guess what? A toy gun is a toy gun, right? I'm not sure.
So I'm guilty of that. The rule in my house is you can't play with a toy gun until you've handled and shot and cleaned a real one, because that's my rule. And anybody under 6 can't touch a gun at all, period. At 6, then if you're stable, because my household's very different, I have a lot of kids in and out. If you're stable and not prone to emotional turmoil, then we will go through the steps of making sure you understand what you have in your hand. So for me personally, when growing up, I knew a kid that didn't know anything about guns, found his dad's gun, killed himself. Okay, on accident, right? And so it scared me to death. And being a foster parent, we gotta be careful with those anyway, right? It is very stringent on how we have things stored and so on and so forth. But my point is I want them to understand what comes out the end of that thing, regardless if it's fake or not, because you don't know. 5-year-old kid's not going to know if it's fake. 3-year-old kid's not going to know what the difference between a real one or a fake one. Even an 8-year-old kid might not know the difference between a real one or a fake one. So I want them to understand the devastation of what can be caused if you're careless with it. At the same token, rough and tumble play, yes, there needs to be. When I had one of my kids ask me if I was going to shoot the man that hurt them because they were a bad guy, it made me have to really think about how I allowed the portrayal of violence and how we talked about handling things that happen to us and how we handle people who hurt us, because just because they hurt us doesn't mean that we can kill them. And so I'm still trying to figure these things out. Right. One of the problems with the dramatic change that we deal with here in this household is sometimes I overreact and sometimes I don't react fast enough. And trying to learn. Human? Yeah, trying to learn. I'm a human who's very hard on himself. Trying to learn how to walk on that tightrope, because, I mean, maybe I put a little too much undue stress on it, but, for some reason I have this opinion that everything we do today is going to affect them for the rest of their life. So maybe I'm a little overbearing sometimes.
Well, okay, so be happy that actually not everything you do is going to necessarily affect them for the rest of their lives. Like it's lots of things together over time. So one little mistake isn't gonna do a huge thing. And thank God for that, because if every mistake was permanent, then like you wouldn't be able to do anything. And frankly, I think you're taking a very mature way of looking at it. It's like, oh, here, I will teach you what a real gun is like so that you know what it is. And if you're going to play with a gun, you should know what a gun is. Here in Los Angeles, we get people who are like, yeah, if we pretend guns don't exist, guns don't exist. And it's like, no, that's not how the world works.
Well, Jacob,
Kurt,
in your opinion, when do people, like, in their life cycle, figure out their place in the world generally? Like, when do you think people really understand what they want to do with their life?
About 200 years after they die.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm 37 and I have no idea.
Yeah, and once you're 137, you're still not going to know. This idea of we as human beings actually getting life figured out is just silliness. That doesn't happen. Your life is about, as a human being, is one in which there's a lot of things we will never understand. And the sooner you deal with the idea that I am very limited in my capacity to understand the world, the better you will be off in your life.
Pirkei Avot talks about this. Ethics of Our Father, and it gives an example of the world is like entrance hall or a foyer, and you're prepping in it to be able to enter the dining hall or the great hall. And the sense is you don't really know what's on the menu in the great hall or what to anticipate. However, in the foyer, you can be sure that you should be looking in the mirror to make sure that you're dressed appropriately, that your shirt's tucked in, that you are ready for this meal. So in this life, like Jacob's saying, we don't have the wisdom or the capacity to fully understand, how to fully make sense of it. What we could do is orient ourselves as properly as possible. So a lot of things that help that is, and that give meaning towards that orientation is partnership, children, religion, family, community, and those things allow us to, at the very least, get ourselves ready to enter the Great Hall. So I would
Yeah.
say that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that sounds interesting. Yeah, I guess you can really never know what you are gonna work out to be. At least that's
I
always.
studied law, and I was sure, and then I worked as a lawyer, and I was sure that was going to be my life. I never, in a million years, could imagine that I would be having like an architecture design firm, and like it's just
Teaching Torah on YouTube.
correct. Also, by the way, that's like that is
Yeah.
even correct. I never in a million thought that would be something I would be doing, or that I'd even having like a conversation like this with you.
Out
So
of curiosity,
yes.
have you ever studied in like a yeshiva? Because you sound like you're a pretty smart and knowledgeable guy about religion in general.
I studied in yeshiva, yes.
For many, many years. He was a Meshiv at Yeshivat HaKotel.
For a few years, yes.
More of a modern Orthodox.
Yeah, more of a modern Orthodox. It's in the Old City. I mean, it's in the Old City of Jerusalem, overlooking the Western Wall.
I don't mean to speak Lashon Hara about Chezi, but they're Zionists.
Okay.
First of all, yes, they're definitely Zionist. Whether or not
Let's not go
there's
there.
like, whether or not they're, I would say personally, like the things you hear from me, I'm probably more liberal than like what my yeshiva was. They're probably more conservative, and
You seem like a pretty liberal guy for an Orthodox Jew.
I'm saying I am more liberal than your classic Orthodox Jew. I don't know these terms anymore. I use like I'm God fearing and I love Torah.
I think I'm more right wing than most Orthodox. Come on. Hey Trey.
Trey, you know it's you're allowed to sleep, and by the way, a great method for sleeping is not having the lights on in the room. Because like it always works very well.
You know what's also a great method to sleep? THC gummies.
That is yeah. At what
Your
time?
your heart's gonna beat 1,000 miles an hour.
That's not how it works, Kirk. But
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I know that if you did do that, you definitely munched like an animal beforehand.
Hypothetically, of course, Ezzy.
Hypothetically, of course.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Trey.
By the way, Bill, what you were saying about the kids and the guns, and like at 6 years old, first letting them sort of, clean it and play with it. So both my sons take jujitsu. So if things get heated up, like in the house, or the younger brother decides to annoy the older brother, and then they start pushing each other, I stop. I'm like, okay, I saw that Ozzy took your Lego. They go into their room. We put down the mattress. I'm like, go. I'm like, roll. And then while they're rolling, I tell his little brother, I'm like, you're not smiling anymore, are you? I'm like, you understand that like if you mess with him in real life, people that are bigger than you, they're going to knock you down. And then on the flip side, I tell his brother, I'm like, you could see even smaller people, right? Like if you're going to ignore them, he's going to put you in an arm bar, and then you're going to be on your ass. But within usually 5 minutes, that tension just basically is relieved, and they basically start laughing, and like they do their roll, and then like they go back to their day. But that allows them to basically release this violent tension while learning a lesson. At least I try. There's been times where like someone started crying, but that's okay. Their mother wasn't home. It was all fine. No,
Trey, did you
Jenny,
take a
this
THC gummy?
table was always broken. You just don't remember.
Hezzy, you're such a sick dad. What, letting your kids fight for your own entertainment? So basic.
First of all,
Trey, did you-
I stopped streaming it and I stopped making popcorn.
Okay.
Now I just
Okay. He still does
Do you
side
take bets though?
Yeah.
no bets. Right now, if I took bets, it's still the older one usually wins.
That's
Well,
me.
gambling is prohibited
Huh.
for. I thought.
Only as a lifestyle.
Correct.
Trey, did you take a THC gummy?
No, I'm perfectly sober, and I've always been sober my whole life.
His entire life, he did not in any way enjoy anything during Burning Man that would make. So I was at a rabbi's house on Saturday, and he was trying to explain to his wife what Burning Man was, and it was quite hilarious.
Why did Burning Man come up?
So he is on the rabbinic court for divorces in Los Angeles, and he was explaining how some Jews went to Burning Man and his wife wanted an open marriage, and he's like, no, we're getting a divorce, and they ended up with a divorce.
Makes sense. Yeah, open marriage, L.
Yeah.
And you'll end up, your wife/girlfriend will be married to a twink from Sweden.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Jacob,
Kirk.
have you ever heard of this guy named Eliezer Yudkowsky?
Nope.
So I seen him on like Lex Fridman show, and he was saying that in his opinion, artificial intelligence might actually cause civilizational collapse.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit, but
Chezi hopes it's not bullshit because he wants to see all halachic society collapse.
Yeah. Oh man, he's gone.
Yeah, what's the fun in poking Chezi and his axioms when he's not here?
I heard some people say that Lex Fridman might be a CIA agent, but I don't.
Yeah, people talk way too much about silly stuff that, if it's true, we would never know. And I would be very, very surprised.
Have you heard of a Leather Apron Club, Jacob?
No, what's Leather Apron Club? Is
He,
it something to do with Genesis?
no, he analyzes the Jewish representation on podcasts.
Sounds silly.
Yeah, apparently.
Like Nick Jewish?
What?
Is this like a racist type?
Yeah, I think he said that was 60% of Lex Fridman's guests were Jewish.
Not surprising.
I think it was also 70% with Joe Rogan.
Well, I have to say, a lot of these people just they assume all kinds of people are Jewish, and anytime you look at their list, I can name a bunch of people they end up naming who, the Koch brothers always end up on lists of Jews. They have no Jewish whatever at all.
A lot of people put the Rockefellers on there.
Rockefellers are not Jewish in any way. Klaus Schwab is not Jewish in any way. Lots of people like to claim he's like a Rothschild or something. Not Jewish in any way. So a lot of these people, they have really weird and stupid methodologies for stuff, as you should expect.
Yeah, I mean, I people that are racist tend to not be the smartest people.
This is true. I have seen a lot of Dunning-Kruger among racists.
I don't know. I think Glenn Lowry is kind of smart.
Glenn Lowry isn't a racist. He's a black conservative.
No. You have to understand. Trey thinks anyone who's black is dumb unless they agree with Trey.
Heck yeah. Like, you think Clarence Thomas is the blackface of white supremacy, or
That is Trey's mantra. Yes.
Well, first of all, you got it wrong. They don't think Clarence Thomas. It was one of the mayors of Los Angeles, or one of the runners up for Los Angeles. Just
For the governor of California, Larry Elder. If you're gonna correct people, Trey,
yeah,
you should actually know what you're talking about.
I was in the general ballpark. You know?
Jacob, do we ever know what we're going to talk about on these streams?
No.
Oh no.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. Amen, Billy Ray.
Guys, I don't see anything wrong with Larry Elder. Not a
Yeah,
damn
I
thing
love
wrong.
Larry Elder.
I think he's a smart guy. He actually isn't he the guy that got Dave Rubin to become a conservative, basically?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's pretty smart. There are a few things he says I disagree with.
Everybody says foolish shit. Like, there's not a person in this world that ain't said something dumb. You know, especially a public.
Hey,
figure.
when have I ever said anything that ever turned out to
Good
be
old
wrong?
JC.
ever?
I don't
I'm
know, but
joking.
I'm sure
I
you
am
said it.
totally
I could list a
joking.
couple things, but
Uh,
I am 100% joking.
I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's 2:00 in the morning. I gotta be at work in a few hours.
Fucking, where are you
Good
at?
night.
Good night.
Good night. Y'all have a good one.
You don't have Christmas off, Billy? Oh, that's sad.
Billy works a lot.
Should work less. This guy kids.
Well, Christmas time, it might not be a very religious significant holiday for Jewish people, but it is still a big culturally significant moment.
Billy Ray's not Jewish. Also,
What was that? No, I
Billy-
know. I was talking to Jacob. Like, Jacob, do you get work off for Christmas?
I definitely get work off for Christmas.
Well, that's good. You get work off for a holiday, you don't even celebrate. Double
Well,
time.
actually, I have to make up the hours, which is incredibly stupid, but I have to make up the hours because tomorrow I was supposed to be at what's the name of I was supposed to be at the place I'm interning at, and I have to make up the hours. And next Monday too. Trey, why are you on here on Christmas when you should be with your family?
I already did that. We watched Die Hard,
Which number?
the first one. It's a perfect Christmas movie.
Jacob, how long are you running the stream for?
Probably not that much longer, even though last year I went for like 7 hours. I'm actually kind of tired and want to go to bed.
What?
I mean, I gotta go in at least an hour, but I got like an hour left, so.
So, Trey,
Yes, Hezzy?
what's the plan?
In my life?
Sure.
I don't know. He's gone. I don't know the answer to that question. Great.
Trey, I think I'm going to give you admin privileges on my channel.
Sounds good. I was probably going to stream in the desert.
Stream the desert? What'd you stream? Oh, yeah, you and Andrew went out to the desert yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, we did dry ice bombs, and then we drifted a lot.
What are dry ice bombs?
So if you get dry ice and you get a water bottle,
Yeah.
it expands, and then you turn on the camp, and then you
Mhm.
basically have a little bomb.
Okay. There should be an invite to StreamYard on your email.
I got it.
And if you click on it, you'll be an admin, and then you can keep this going for as long as you like, and I can go to sleep.
Jacob,
Gosh.
Kirk.
do you have on Twitter? Do you ever get concerned like a woke karate is going to retweet you and
Like they're gonna or not retweet, sorry, reply to your tweet, and you're gonna have to get into like a long argument or anything like that.
No, if I don't want to get into a long argument, I'll just ignore them.
Yeah, I mean, you actually seem pretty. I like your tweets. You're not pulling, you're not hiding back. You know,
I
you tweet
don't.
out against
Yeah.
bullshit when you see it.
Yep. I have zero fear.
I mean, just is there? Do you think there's a reason why a lot of people on the left believe a lot of very silly things?
Do you think
Why
there's
a
a
lot
reason
of
why
people
on the right,
left
a lot of
what?
people on the right believe a lot of dumb
Like,
things?
do you think there's a reason why there are a lot of people on the left who are willing to defend obviously silly or hypocritical things?
Yes, because people on the left are far more communitarian, and they will go to lengths to defend their friends, which people on the right constitutionally are too conscientious to do.
So it's like
So
a Jonathan Haidt.
loyalty tends to be a much bigger thing on the left, depending. I mean, there are various ways of slicing and dicing it. Some people on the right can be very loyal as well, but generally, people on the left place loyalty higher than individual justice, and so they will defend their friends much more vehemently. That's just a personality quirk of people on the left. Which, I mean, society needs various, people of different personality types in order to keep society balanced.
Well, do you think it might also? Do you think it might also be that people on the left put care harm as such a high value, like Jonathan Haidt says, and that when you take care harm so seriously, you might be willing to? That's sort of the cause of wokeism.
Mm-hmm. No, there's definitely a part. Those are characteristics even when you have a healthy left. The problem is right now we have a very unhealthy left because in certain institutions the left has become so dominant that there's no balance between left and right in those environments, and so the left in the United States has really gone off the rails.
Yeah, there are people on the right who are not great. Like, I wouldn't say Nick Fuentes is someone I look up to at all, but like on the whole, people on the right don't defend very stupid things at the same rate that people on the left do, in my experience.
That's because they don't have that luxury. They don't have. You need to unmute yourself, Trey.
What happened on January 6th, Kirk?
Trey, like 100 people going one day.
Yeah, no. Trey actually thinks something important happened on January 6th. It's hilarious.
Hey, how many people protest against the vaccines?
I mean, there are issues with the anti-vax
What's wrong
movement,
with
but that's
protesting against the vaccines?
How many people said that the elections weren't legit?
They weren't.
Yeah.
What,
like,
Trey? You're saying things as if you're pointing to uncontroversial things. Like, you're just plain wrong. You don't have facts on your side.
I mean, there's dead people on your side. That's all I gotta say.
What are you talking about? Yeah, one unarmed protester was murdered by the police
because people didn't get vaccines. You had what was his name? One of the black White House staffers.
Trey
Bush.
Okay.
George Bush died.
Oh God.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't, and I really don't want to bother with this stuff. I really wish we could just deinstall all the woke
Trey,
stupidity.
there's no equivalent on the right of
infected
people
your
defending
brain.
Hamas.
Okay,
It's not a
you
thing.
guys have fun. Good night.
Good night, Jacob.
Good night.
How's it going, Trey?
It's going good. It's going good. How's it going with you, Kirk?
It's good. Just, I don't know. I am going to spend some time with my family over Christmas, even though I'm a Noah Hyde and not a Christian, but you know,
I
mean-
I don't get like it doesn't. Technically, I don't get why it's a problem. You just
it's
say
not a problem. It's not a problem. I'm gonna spend it. It's just Christmas isn't a religious thing for me, but that's okay. A lot of people celebrate Christmas as more of a cultural holiday than it is a religious holiday.
All I'm just saying, all we were acknowledging is that a Jew was born. That's it.
Yeah, I guess. So, and you're like Eastern Orthodox, or
I'm just vibing, man. I don't really got a thing.
you're not religious?
Yeah, it's complicated, but
I thought you were like an Orthodox Christian with Andrew.
no. I'm not banging that set.
So Andrew is, but you're not?
Correct. Yes.
I see it. And so I don't have we ever talked like in depth at all?
No.
I just I just see you casually pop up and do that, but we don't really ever have in-depth conversations usually. It's just sort of I usually talk to either Jacob, Hezi, or Justin.
Mm.
I don't
Well, it's nice
well, you're
meeting-
an interesting guy. So what do you do in life?
I'm a software engineer.
And did you go to college or?
Yeah, I went to college for about for 3 years.
So it's like a bachelor's in computer science.
Yeah, bachelor's in computer science. Yeah,
At what college?
UC Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. That's I heard the state system in California is actually pretty good.
Yeah, the UCs are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, from what I understand, do you think that a lot of software engineers might be replaced by AI?
No.
You don't think that's gonna happen?
Because who's going to make the AI as well as you're really expecting AI not to mess up?
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so, how did you find Jacob's channel?
There was an estuary in Cheeto. And
There's a what?
It's a estuary, so it's this thing where everyone gets together and you sort of just talk. And Jacob was there, and then I met him there.
It was like a social event. So what exactly is estuary?
It's like an interfaith sort of thing is the best way to sort of explain it.
Interfaith, but I thought you were like, are you of any faith?
I used to be a Jehovah's Witness.
You used to be a Jehovah's Witness, but now you're like agnostic Christian.
I mean, if we want to go into metaphysics, we can go into metaphysics, but
You don't have a strict label. You like to.
like I would be probably more on a philosophical deism or something like that.
Well, yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated, yes.
And so, do you live in California or?
Yeah, I live in California.
Jacob's a nice guy, but he is just not always the easiest guy to talk to.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jacob, he's not a dummy, but he does often have his mind set on something and he doesn't want to change his mind.
Yeah. But Kirk, you also are here for very specific questions that Jacob is not always ready to answer.
Yeah, but I'm not even when I don't ask that, like when he talks to like were you here the other day with his conversation with Max?
No, I wasn't there for that.
You were in the background?
Oh no, wait. Yeah, I was. Okay.
With
yeah.
Max?
Sorry, I thought it was
You saw the way he treated Max. He was being very rude. Like he's not a bad guy, but he is.
Yeah, but Max could take it as well. That's
Max, yeah, but like, I think the point I'm trying to make is just Jacob. I really wish was just a little bit more agreeable at times.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
Like,
you don't roast your friends though.
I roast my friends, but like, there's a difference between roasting people and what Jacob does, where he'll interrupt or ignore you or just
I don't want to.
I get you. I get you. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think there is a mindset a lot of people get when they turn 45 and older, where they basically think everyone younger than them is an idiot, and basically, you know, feel like I got my shit, I made it. So, you know, anyone that's younger, you know, can't argue against me.
I think honestly, I think it's just you have to earn their respect before you argue first. Like,
Yeah, but like in Max's case, like he was interrupting Max and he was saying like you're just wrong and calling him bad and just not
right,
exactly.
because Max has only been a Jew for 2 years.
Max was born a Jew.
Max has only been an Orthodox Jew for 2 years.
Yeah, and that's fair, but like that doesn't mean you have the right to like interrupt him or ignore him. He's a human being, and that's not very etiquette.
It's not very etiquette.
Like I just think that Jacob, I wish his personality type was more compatible with people that are not Jacob.
That's true. I agree with that.
Like like I'm not the most agreeable person, but I think for most of the time I'm not like rude or dismissive. But like Jacob, I mean Hezi is a lot nicer than Jacob. Maybe I'm just, you know. So
Yeah.
do you live in like Los Angeles or do you live in like Santa Cruz or?
Yeah, I live in LA. Yeah.
Yeah, like more like the suburban area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I heard it's probably pretty expensive down there, right?
Um.
I mean, the LA
Yeah.
suburbs, that's like a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, well, like, you know. Yeah, I mean, like suburbs is really like Orange County, and I'm not there.
You're in Orange County?
I'm not in Orange County.
Where are you?
I'll just say Los Angeles.
Okay, you don't want to give me a specific. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't want to give the internet specifics. I think that's fair.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just but yeah, is it expensive though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of tech industry in California, but like you don't think you could move to like Texas and find a nice like Austin or Dallas or something like that and get a nice software job?
Yeah, but I guess I don't want to live in Texas.
But why not? It's cheaper.
There's no surf.
There's no surf. That's fair, but I mean, there's barbecue and Joe Rogan's there. You know, I mean, teach their own, I guess. Are you like a big surfer?
Yeah, I love the beach.
I like the beach too. I mean, I was born in New Orleans. I live in Mississippi, but I visit New Orleans a lot. Well, not a lot. Well, actually, kind of a lot. You know, and we have, you know, so Mississippi, we live next to Alabama, and we have beaches just off of southern Mississippi and Alabama down to the Gulf, and it's not exactly. I mean, it's not the same as California, obviously, but I mean, it's nice. So if you lived on like some parts of Texas, you could live right next to the Gulf.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I actually. There was a girl I was talking to who said that there was you could surf on like next to an island in. Hey, clown. Good to see you're not dead. Anyways, you could surf like on an island in Texas, but the surf in Texas is pretty trash. They do have a wave pool, which is pretty sick, where they have artificial waves. So that's kind of the.
And and how old are you?
23.
23. I'm 16. So. We're not that. I mean, that's 7 years.
Yeah, you're 2 years younger than my brother.
I'm just trying to, figure out my place in life. I think what I want to do, to be honest,
Yeah.
is I want to get a degree from probably from UNO or probably UNO, which is University of New Orleans.
Yeah.
From my house to UNO, I could theoretically live with my parents for a couple years, or I could get a dorm there. I'm probably gonna go 2 years community college because community college is very cheap. It's only like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah.
I could do 2 years community college, and then I think maybe 2 or 1 year UNO. I think I want to get a finance degree, and I think I just kind of want to do something with doing an internship at stock trading or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. You want to get a dorm?
Well, because I figure if I get a finance degree, there's also a possibility if I ever want to go into law or some other, a graduate degree, a finance degree is probably going to help with that. But if I don't want to do that, a finance degree will get me in a lot of places, that I wouldn't even need to get a, graduate degree after that.
Yeah. I mean, the perfect triangle is things you like and things that make money.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that is complicated is, I don't know. I used to want to be, a lawyer, but I don't think I want to be a lawyer. I think that's actually not something I would prefer nowadays. Because I figure if I just go into finance, I wouldn't have to go to law school, so I'd save a bunch of money. I would save 3 years of my life, and it would be less stressful. Because going 2 years community college and 2 years for bachelor's at a regular college, that's not. I mean, it's some work, but that's not the worst.
Yeah, I mean, you could really get through a community college. I don't. Why are you doing it for 2 years? I guess.
Well, because a community college, you get 2 years for an associate's, then you have to do 2 years at a regular college if you want to get a bachelor's.
That's depending if you aren't set back or not. You may have to do another 3 or 4 years.
No, because you get 2 years credit at community college, which you can transfer to a regular college.
Yes, if they accept them all and they're counted as the equivalent. So they could accept your credits, but they may not accept that the classes are equivalent. So you could take Calculus 1 at the community college, but then at Louisiana State, they could say, well, no, we don't accept your Calculus 1.
Yeah, that I would have to think about. But no, I mean, the community college, the closest community college here would probably be Picayune Community College. It's that's it's. I'm sure that would definitely fit at UNO, but I'd have to see. It's a nice, one of the good things about living in the South is it's pretty cheap, and it's nice. I'm just trying to figure out my place in the world, but I am kind of interested in religion and political things and things that are well, beyond my understanding. And one thing that I like about Jacob's channel is he does platform interesting people, and he's not an ignoramus. I just think that he has an issue with listening. I think he likes to assert his opinion, and he doesn't really care what other people have to say.
He does like to talk. I'll give you that.
Do you ever do the do you ever do the Noah Hyde streams?
Not really. I mean,
So what streams do you do? What streams do you like to hop on here?
What do I like to? Well, I do the book club. That's it.
The Kabbalah of Forgiveness or whatever.
Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which Clown has been missing from. I don't know what's up with him. I think.
Oh, Elijah.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't know. Something he's been having stains in his clown get up, so he hasn't been able to come on streams and everything like
Well,
that.
you also do the Hebrew Bible streams, right?
Sometimes it pop. It's on Saturdays, so usually I'm busy on Saturday nights.
But usually I see you pop up there.
Yeah, from time to time. Yeah.
So basically, just sometimes a Hebrew Bible stream and the what's it called? The book club.
Yeah.
Do you ever see? Well, do you ever watch like Lessons in Tanya or Pirkei Avot or anything?
I've catched a bit of it, but it's kind
Yeah,
of
I've cut. Yeah, I think I'm like that. Well, so one things is that Jacob's channel is complicated because he doesn't do he doesn't have very set things he talks about. Like he's not a content creator, he's a community. And
Yeah.
in the community, like there are a lot of different people and they talk about a lot of different things. Fucking fuck off, Elijah. I'm sorry. What but like he seems like he'll do one stream which is a Hebrew Bible stream. He'll do another stream which is some commentary against some political thing. He'll do another stream where he's trying to just gonna be chatting about something else, and it's like it's kind of very diverse.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
And so Jacob, if you had to give any criticism of Jacob, what do you think it would be?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like talking about him when he's not online. If I'm gonna be honest,
That's fair. You don't want to like gossip about people in a fair way, but if you did have to give more of a general criticism of how he acts, or not acts, of how he relates to other people, what do you think it would be?
What's the point of asking me this question, Kirk?
Well, because I want to understand how other people think, and I think understanding how other people think about other people is important.
I mean, it is important, but it can cause rifts in between other people.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not trying to cause a rift between you. I'm just asking.
Okay. Yeah, I would say he rambles sometimes. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's not the rambling. I mean, it is partially the rambling. It's just, I don't know. He seems very set in his ways.
Yeah, okay. So, what are your life plans, Kirk? Do you think you're gonna become Orthodox and all that stuff?
Well, I'm a Noahide, so I already believe in Orthodox Judaism. But eventually, do I think I'm going to convert to Orthodox Judaism? Maybe.
All right. Do you think you're gonna get a girlfriend, or are you gonna go straight to marriage?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to be, being a Noahide is actually very easy. I live in a country with a functioning court system. I don't eat limbs off of animals. That's pretty easy. Don't murder, don't steal, and I don't try to blaspheme, and I don't worship idols. So it's not like a hard life. But if I ever if I ever decide to go before an Orthodox rabbi and say, I want to accept upon myself the 613 commandments, I might do that eventually. But it's not like a big thing that's important necessarily right now. Maybe when I turn like 19, 18 and a half, and if I ever, can meet someone that can do that, I might consider it. And if I 18 and a half and it takes me 2 years, who knows? I'll see. But I like Orthodox Judaism. I think it's the thing I believe in, and Christian people believe what they believe in, and that's fine. And I think the most important thing is recognizing we all, most people, at least the Abrahamic religions, nominally pray all to the same God.
Correct. I do think, now it's a bit of cliche, but I think maybe getting a girlfriend may switch your mind on that, or maybe make you just rethink things.
What do you wait? Why would that make me change your mind?
Actually, maybe I think it may bring you down to earth.
I am down to earth, I think.
I think. Well, I don't know you, Kirk. I'll give you that. But from what I understand, being a no hide is very thinky talky,
Yeah, I mean, it could seem like that, but
right? Like
you know,
I could go up to a girl and be like, you know what a no hide is? You want to talk about no hideism?
no, I would never do that. If I met a girl, I would just say, you're a
But
hot
that's
girl. I'm gonna take you. I
exactly.
do, I
Go.
I do have an issue because I am 16 and I really like women that are like in their 40s.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that, Kirk. Why do you like women in their 40s though?
Just womanly features. Their bodies have developed,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
but
But
it,
you don't have anything to relate to them, right? Like anything you say to somebody who's 40 years old will only translate when it's
yeah, I would never actually be with one when I'm 16.
yeah. So
That's illegal.
it's like, did you ever read The Symposium?
The Symposium?
Yeah.
No, who's the author?
Socrates.
No, what's it about?
It's about love, and he gives this example of the tiers of love. So on the first level, there's lust, and on the second level, there's attraction, and on the third level, there's love. And lust involves the eyes, which isn't a bad thing. In the book, he says that lust allows you to move up to the second layer. The second level is attraction, where basically you feel good being around them, and so basically your goal is to feel good by being around them. So you only care
I
about
think I'm kind of around the lust, somewhere between lust and attraction. I mean, most teenage guys have hormones that make them.
Yeah, of course. But then on the third level is love, where you basically are combined with them.
Nah, I don't have love for like.
Yeah, but you have to know somebody first before you can get there. You start with lust. She talks about your life. She I don't know, gives you good advice. You're like, oh, I'll go to her for good advice, and then
Are you dating someone?
nope, not yet.
Well, I mean, you didn't have any adult ladies that you liked when you were, a young teenager. Not loved. Obviously you don't love someone like that, but like lust.
I may have liked Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah, but that's an animated character.
Yeah, but what's the difference between an animated character and a 40-year-old woman that I'm never going to be able to, date?
No, but I mean, like, you didn't have like a teacher, or like a lady that went to church, or a lady that went to a synagogue, or or like a lady in your life, or someone you knew from like your mom's business partner, or like you didn't have anyone like that in your life who was an older woman that you had some tangential fantasies about.
I think maybe a teacher once in a while. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not about actually liking them in a romantic way. That would be weird, but just growing up and thinking about people. Just I have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm just kind of using this just to spend time, but
Yeah. Okay.
have you always had that facial hair?
No, I just haven't shaved.
Yeah, I actually think you actually look pretty good with facial hair. Well, you're right. You're actually probably better clean shaven.
Yeah. You can't grow it on the sides. So actually, I need to put more facial whatever. But
I think you probably look better clean shaven, because the issue is it's not, you have it like a little bit patchy
on your cheeks, but like having that thing on your chin and above your lip without anything to connect them just isn't the most pleasing, but I'm sorry.
You're a funny guy, Kirk.
I try.
Call me on the weekend. Call me on the break when I haven't gone on a date yet, so I haven't shaved, and then you're calling me out as though this is my actual lifestyle. Dang, bro. Dang, bro. Don't even go
You
beard
think
yourself, but you're roasting
I
up.
think Hezi actually has pretty good facial hair.
Man, probably took him a long time.
Hezi, he's weird. Like he seems like he's a very smart guy. He's a nice guy. He seems like very religious, but like on top of being very religious, he almost has sort of a hippie type attitude.
Yeah, I mean Judaism and being a hippie kind of locks together.
Well, he just has more of a I don't know if liberal is the right word, but he definitely seems like he's not very like stern, orthodox Hasidic type that just goes, reprimanding people.
Well, Kirk, people are complicated.
Originally I actually kind of suspected Hezi may have been gay, but no.
Why? Okay, but you were wrong on that, I guess.
Yeah, that was a joke, but
okay, whatever you say. Anyways, yeah. So finance, and then gonna get married and all that stuff.
Yeah. Do you ever So, how many people have you like seriously dated in the past?
Well, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, so that wouldn't have worked when I was that.
Jehovah's Witnesses are pretty culty, if I understand.
Yeah. So about like 4 girls.
Yeah. And do you have any specific personality type you like in girls? Like more submissive?
No, probably hippie.
Hippie?
Yeah, like, how do I explain it? What the type? Feminine.
Feminine, yeah, definitely.
Feminine, a little smart, compassionate, kind. What else? Yeah, like it has like weird interests.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like in girls too. I don't know about the weird interest part, but certainly someone that is compassionate and I do like women that are not bitches. Just women that are agreeable. I just want a woman that isn't gonna fight me.
Yeah, that to each his own, Kirk, but some like you want a girl that's gonna challenge you.
Yeah, I understand, but like there's a difference between being someone that does constructive criticism and someone that's just a bitch.
What is that difference to you, Kirk?
The difference is someone that's does constructive criticism is someone that's like, if you're slacking off on, spending time with her, like she'll let you know and like rebuke you. But like being a bitch is like you didn't I don't know, the dishes, you didn't do the dishes like 10 minutes late, so I'm gonna freak out.
Have you met a girl like that, Kirk?
No. Well, I've met girls like that, but no one I've ever dated. But yeah, no, I know some women that are just, not agreeable or nice. Just not my type. I just prefer women that don't, aren't like that.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
I think and men should be agreeable too. Like men shouldn't be these weird Andrew Tate fucking alpha male fake grifter bullshit. Just fucking Cobra. No, like Men just need to be normal. I wish more people were just normal.
Yeah, I get that. I like some crazy people. You know, I got a lot of friends who are crazy.
Well, that Andrew Tate guy just seems really like not good.
Top G. Top G, bro.
Well, like the idea that like you're gonna like treat women as if like basically you have to do everything I say. That I really don't like. That's not healthy.
Yeah, no, very toxic. Good you're learning that now.
Well, do you have any specific person? Do you have any specific like not necessarily like in your life, but like in general, like any pundits or public intellectual you look up to?
Um, I'll say it. I have to say it. Yeah, probably Destiny. I'll say
Destiny. I mean, well, Destiny's not an idiot. Destiny is actually pretty. He's pretty smart for people on the left, but I do think he is, you know, not my personal choice. Probably my best. Not probably. Definitely my favorite would be Ben Shapiro, and
Oh my.
then
Okay.
what?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Below Ben Shapiro would probably be like Jordan Peterson, but like to be honest, I just want someone. I just look up to people who I think are it have things to say that are interesting, and like to be honest, there just aren't a lot of people on the left I find interesting. Like I don't think there's anybody on the left whose ideas I find particularly resonant at all. In the case of Destiny, he's not an idiot. Like he does debates, but he's not like someone I think is bad faith. But he's just not someone I find the most compelling at all by any means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, is there anybody on the right you look up to?
Look up to, like, I want their life.
No, not like want their life. I just mean like think or like an interesting intellectual or pundit or something like that. Someone that does interesting social, political, cultural, religious, whatever philosophical commentary. Like anybody that's on more on what we call the right, do you find interesting?
I did like the video of Michael Knowles on his comments on Sigma, like Sigma males. That was a really interesting.
Michael Knowles, he's an interesting guy. He's a big Catholic guy. He's definitely popular with social conservatives. I think he's interesting. He's more charismatic than a lot of people. I mean, Matt Walsh is also interesting and very social conservative, but he's just not as charismatic, in my opinion.
Who are people I like?
Like in Walsh's case, like he just doesn't have the charisma. Does that make sense? He's kind of dry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I just I don't look at them favorably for yeah, like I think the same comments you would make about people on the left, I'd probably make about them, I guess.
Well, I think Destiny's pretty charismatic. I will give him that.
Oh, you're using that in that term. Okay, that makes sense.
Matt is just kind of dry.
Dry, yeah. I'm still trying to think of who.
I mean, Peterson.
Oh, what's his name? He's a famous
Economist.
No, he's sort of you know what I'm talking about. He wears the bath.
He wears what?
He wears the bathrobe, and he talks to men about life.
That's Andrew Tate. I thought.
No. He's Indian.
Indian?
Yeah.
Bathrobe?
Wears a bathrobe.
I've never heard, like, I mean, there's Vivek who's Indian, but he doesn't wear a bathrobe.
Yeah.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Forgot his name. He wears a bathrobe, red bathrobe, and he wears it over his head, and he begins all his videos, and he blew up. He had beef with Sneeko, because he was actually, man, somebody who
He's
really,
on the right?
I would say, sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say somebody who I like really looked up to, before he sort of went to the right was Sneeko. I was a big fan of Sneeko. I had some of his. I had one of his first merch drops.
But you're not like a big, you don't like Peterson or?
Well, I just can't really look up to Peterson. I believe that his god is politics now, so I can't really trust him.
I know, but you don't think like he provides interesting philosophical content to think about, even if you don't necessarily agree with it?
No, I mean, yeah, but I thought that these are people I look up to. Like when I say like I would like to be this person, like this is
No, I look up to. I don't mean like you look up to them as like you want to be their life. I mean you find them interesting or charismatic people.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Trent Horn is interesting. I thought his I think he read a book about gay messaging that I kind of thought was interesting at the very least. And his comments about that. Trent Horn's interesting. Yeah, I like Trent Horn. Who do I think? I mean, I like on the left, I like Natalie Wynn.
ContraPoints?
ContraPoints, a little bit.
Aren't they like a transsexual type now, or?
Yeah, something like that. Like them. There's probably I'd have to look at my YouTube recommended, but yeah, I think but also Destiny. Destiny is probably the only political YouTuber I watch, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, and is there anybody in specific you think like in the tech world? Is there anybody you find like interesting that talks about like in the tech world?
Tech world.
I mean, just like Elon Musk, Sam Altman. There's a couple of people I know, but
I forget. I'd lost. Do you think? Okay, here's a question that Destiny posed, and I had the same thing. Do you think Ben Shapiro could take a different position on Israel? Let's say his mind changed. Do you think he could?
I don't think Ben Shapiro would ever change his mind on Israel.
Do you think if he found a different position on public schools, yeah, do you think he could take a different position on public schools?
That one I don't know, but probably not.
Okay.
I could see him changing his mind on immigration. I could see him changing his mind on drugs. I could see him changing his mind on Ukraine.
I don't think I could see his mind change his mind on drugs. No.
I could see so now he's definitely for legalization of marijuana and a lot of different drugs, but he's for like decriminalizing heroin. I could see him like maybe eventually going like a full libertarian that wants to legalize all the drugs.
Wait, hold up. Personally saying, like I've heard the podcast you were talking about on weed with Joe Rogan, right? And I disagree that he would ever publicly come out with that stance.
He may be, but no, he's already for legalizing a lot of drugs. So I could see him I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying I could see it.
Well, when I asked that question, the reason I'm asking it is because it seems that because of his position in politics, I don't think that he could change his mind on a lot of things.
I don't think he would change his mind on Israel because A, he's already got a lot of religious views that support Israel from like more of an Orthodox Jewish like religious Zionist point of view. I also don't think he would change his mind in public schools because he's like, very libertarian or like conservative, like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But like I could see him changing his mind on like a couple of issues, like social cultural issues. I just don't because I don't think he's like the most socially conservative person. He's not like the strictest social conservative every time. So I just don't think he like changes his mind on many things. But I could see like one issue or here or there. If that makes sense. Like, but in his case, I don't think he's a bad faith actor. I do think he believes what he says. He just isn't open to new ideas because he doesn't think new ideas are worth consideration. And I do agree with that.
Well, I just think that he's paid by Daily Wire. He's the face of Daily Wire, right? Like him taking a different position on things is very different than I would say Destiny taking a different position on things when he is willing to burn things down for his own principles. And I don't think I could say the same thing about Ben Shapiro.
No, but I'm saying Ben Shapiro's principles would make him not change his mind on a lot of things. I think Ben Shapiro is firm in his principles. I just don't think Ben really cares about changing his mind. He just cares about getting his message out there.
Right.
But that's not a bad thing. I don't think because it's only a bad thing if your ideas are wrong. In Ben's case, I don't think his ideas are almost ever wrong.
Of course, you would say that. I would say that you should always, I guess, question your ideas and try not to have incentives, right? Like if you were talking to us,
like I'm never going to be a socialist.
Right?
I know for a fact I'm never going to be a socialist. I'm always going to.
Well, like wait, hold up. You definitely want to be a part socialist, right?
If you believe the government should take care of veterans, then yes.
Okay, so part socialist, and you also don't have to pay for fire trucks, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, right. You also don't have to pay for garbage trucks, right?
I could see a case for privatizing a lot of the waste management system, but I don't know. That I would have to think about. But at the end of the day, I know for a fact I'm never going to be we need to abolish landlords and go to like Cuba or Venezuela. Like I know for a fact I'm never going to be like that.
Okay. All right. Here's a question. So right now the Chinese are buying out pieces of land, right? Just all around the United States, to basically have more control and to basically make it so that Americans have to pay more money to Chinese. How do you feel about that?
Well, is it government or just private investors?
Private investors that are funded by the government.
Well, if they're funded by the Chinese government, then I would say that's definitely problematic to have potentially foreign agents buying up American land.
Why? Why?
Because the Chinese government is hostile to America.
But they're just enacting business.
Yeah, but if they're working on behalf of a hostile government, that's not a good thing. Especially if it's to screw over Americans.
You're saying we can't do business with like foreign companies?
We can do business with foreign companies, but if they're working on behalf of the Chinese party, that's not good.
They were getting funded.
What?
I just said they were getting funded.
But I'm saying that can corrupt a lot of people.
Okay, but why is it bad if they're buying up land?
Because, for example, one thing the Chinese investors might do is they might use that land and I don't know, prioritize selling it to people that have political loyalty to the CCP.
Right. So that would be an example where maybe the government should step in and advise on some of those things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe. I don't know. It would depend on the specific policy. But yes, I could see a case for that. And it would just depend on how that would work out.
So all right, cool. See,
But I think the point is I'm trying to make.
I would never say landlords should never exist. Saying, there could be some scenarios where the government may have to get in and remove people who would be landlords.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is I am open to changing some of my principles, but I am firm in the overwhelming majority of my core moral and ethical values. It's just the specific application of those values in like specific, like individual policies or stories you could bring up can get a little bit tricky at times. But that doesn't mean at the end of the day I'm like Destiny where I'm just going to believe anything because I think that's a cool debate. And to be fair, I'm probably no. I think I'm stronger than him. I just think if your mind is so open, your brain can fall out.
Or your mind is so stiff they don't change.
Yeah, and it's a problem if you aren't willing to compromise, like in terms of like you're thinking about things in a different way at all. I do think that it can become problematic.
Okay, yeah. I'm not a big Destiny fan. My only point was just to see, you shift a little bit.
It's good, mate. You want to get going soon?
Yep, I'm fine with that. I'll see you when I see you, Kirk, and I hope you sleep tight, man.
You too, man.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Bye.